Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Jorge Zapata. My team is Andrew Brand, Sydney Galloso, Kevin Rivera, Tristan Schaffer, and our project is called Altepetal. We chose this name because it's the Nahuatl voice for city and is composed by two terms, alt and tepetal, which is water and hill. And we thought that this was kind of a great reflection on the different things that you have to integrate in Mexico City to make a successful project in a way. We're going to expand more on that through the presentation. And we did a lot of background research in the role of water in Mexico City, and we would like to start with the geographical context. Mexico City is located in the Valley of Mexico. Uh, this area used to have a lake system which housed Tenochtitlan, the old capital of the Aztecs, and it used to be the center of the world in their cosmogony. And nowadays, the city um is built in top of the bed of that lake, and it has been completely drained since the Spanish conquerors arrived to the Aztec settlements. And this is a very particular situation of this place because the attitude of the city towards the water has been defensive. The city basically sees the water as an enemy, something that they had to get rid of, and at the same time, they are using the only source that they have to provide fresh water to the citizens, which is the aquifer, without recharging it. So here I'm gonna go through the process of draining the lakes really quick so you can have a sense on how this happened. If you see this section, sorry, I'm gonna stop here for a second. I want to make sure that everyone is able to see my screen and everything is working fine.
Yep.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So if you see this section, this is more or less how Lake Texcoco used to be before any settlements with the aquifer below. In a natural condition, it was a mix of fresh and salt water. When the Aztec arrived and they built their civilization, um, a lot of different constructions started happening in the top of islands in the water in the lake, and they created a dike that separated the fresh water from the salt water. And this is the first action that starts constraining the recharging of the aquifer, and is like the first artificial action of human beings in this lake system. Then in the colonial period, when the Spaniards start building the city, they start a partial lake drainage because flooding happening and different difficulties with the water, and the aquifer starts decreasing because of the drainage. The water is no longer going through the ground. Then after that, the basin and lakes start being totally drained because the city is experiencing constant flooding. This is more a consolidated town now with more construction happening. So all this constant flooding because of the rain is seen as such a big problem. And here I will say is when the attitude towards getting rid of the water starts and the soil becomes more impervious because of the construction. In modern times, when the city expanded, they introduced the underground drainage and they created a series of channels. Maybe the most famous is the Grand Canal, which has the very little portion that remains of Lake Texcoco. And also the city starts extracting water in massive proportions because they have to maintain all the people that live here, right? So the aquifer decreases 13 centimeters each month. This is a lot for even for a contemporary city. And I read a study that says that if Mexico City wants to recharge the aquifer completely, they will have to stop extracting water and wait 32 years to do this in a natural form, let's say. So now we're going to talk a little bit more about precipitation. In this map on the left, you can see the drainage system of Mexico City, the Grand Canal that I was mentioning.
Jorge, one quick question, a quick comment. Mario has just joined the review. Mario, are you there? I saw that he connected.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Okay.
Well, I'm going to put my audio off so I can have a better connection.
Perfect. But Mario is joining. So Jorge had started the presentation, but everything that he has said so far, you're very familiar with. So
Yes.
so you can just join the presentation. You can continue, Jorge. Thank you, Mario.
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, Mario. Are you able to see my screen well? Mario?
Perfectly well.
Okay, great. I'll continue. I was talking about the precipitation in Mexico City and the attitude of the city towards water that is defensive, that basically the city has got rid of the water through the underground drainage and draining all the lakes. And now I was explaining this map, which has the drainage system of the city that goes from the core of the city towards the state of Mexico out in the valley. This is the place where two different basins separated, the one of the Valley of Mexico and the one of Tula River. That's where all the drainage water ends when the city gets rid of it, let's say. And this is the Grand Canal. This Lake Nabor Carrillo is the reminiscence of Lake Texcoco. So a very small piece if you think on how big this lake system was. So this is zooming in our study area, which is here as Capozalco, is the name of the neighborhood. This is Parque Bicentenario, the current refinery, and the cemeteries here, and is tied to all these connections of the drainage and water supply with pumping station, dams, but all these systems that you see here is to get rid of the water. None of them is to catch or to recharge the aquifer, nothing like that. So we want to address part of that with our project. So talking a little bit about numbers, 25% of the water ends being surface water, of the precipitation, sorry, ends being surface water. Only 10% of that 25% is reused, and most of the reused water is for public gardens and ponds. So we really want to address this issue with our project. And we also want to acknowledge that we cannot solve the whole water crisis of Mexico City, but our objective is basically set an attitude towards the water, a different attitude. This section explains a little bit what is happening right now. So the soil has different layers that previously allowed the water to go through and recharge the aquifer with the concrete and other materials, and the accumulation over time. This is more difficult and the drainage capacity is exceeded, so the city experiments more flash flooding. And an ideal condition will be exposing, for example, the lava rock, which is something that we have in many parts of Mexico City, or using other materials that are permeable that allow the water to go through and recharge the aquifer again. This example can be seen in some of the houses of Luis Barragan in Pedregal, for example.
Or Jorge.
So we end.
Jorge, very quickly, if you can accelerate a little bit, I think we need to catch up a little bit from the time that we lose. So you can just make it a little a little faster, we will have time to look at everything on
Okay.
the time that we have.
Okay, sorry. So after this study, we formulate a research question, which is this one: how can we generate a plan that reflects on these issues while reducing its own environmental impact, raising awareness of the aquifer system, and acknowledging its symbolic importance for Mexico City and the Valley of Mexico? And we wanted to tie that to a reflection that we did at the end of the semester. Our main takeaway from the studio, which is that creating the vertical city is not only about condensing conventional or unconventional uses in a large number of floors, but to acknowledge the importance of preparing the ground and the environmental conditions to make it function harmoniously within its context. So let's go to the project itself. This is the area with Parque Bicentenario on the north, the current refinery in the center. These are the private cemeteries that are currently there and functioning. And this is an infill neighborhood that is almost inside of the refinery. That used to be a place where workers from Pemex live, and it's a very vibrant neighborhood that we had the opportunity to visit in our field trip. We did some research on pollution and soil contamination, because since this is an oil refinery, it is necessary to understand the different pollutants that can be present in the soil before building anything. And we had the chance to talk to Mario Chetnan in his office, and he explained us a little bit all the process of remediation of the park and the different pollutants that were present. And we also found a thesis project that explained the distribution of the different pollutants in the area of the park, which is this one in the north. So knowing that, we make assumptions to determine where those pollutants were in our area. So this is a diagram that we make. It's not like a very rigorous study, but it's based on the study that they did for the park, let's say. So after the park gets remediated and built, that area, we can say that is healed, and this is what remains for us to work. And we felt the need to go back to the bigger scale and see if we want to make a change of the attitude towards water. This cannot be closing the refinery only. This needs to be a city move, a bold movement. And we realized that there's a train crossing in the middle of the site, which is here. And the train is abandoned, it's not used anymore. So there's a lot of informal housing happening in that line. It's already free of cars. And we saw that as a great opportunity to generate a water and green corridor that connects Tlatelolco, which is this urban housing projects from the 60s or 50s, designed by Mario Pani, our project, which is located here, and the state of Mexico, which is right next to our project. This will be Naucalpan, a city in the state of Mexico. So there will be an opportunity to generate this connection in a city level and take that as an advantage to introduce water infrastructure without dealing with cars or anything. So this will be that. And this is a map that shows the subway system of Mexico City. Well, part of it. These three red, blue, and yellow lines are the existing subway lines, and we are proposing a tram, a streetcar that goes along that green corridor that connects Tlatelolco to our site, and for bringing more connectivity and also propose a more sustainable way of transportation. Mexico City used to have some streetcars and all these trains, and it used to work really well, but when the industry was nationalized, it experimented a lot of changes and it declined. So we want to recover that. This will be a couple sections showing how that could happen. So this is an existing section going to Tlatelolco. You can see the railway here, some housing on the sides. This will be incorporated in the ecological corridor with water infrastructure underneath and the streetcar going along. This will be another section in the same corridor. So it's nice because the section is not the same all along, but it's changing and it has different levels. So that will be an opportunity to also generate different projects and public spaces. And we think we can use it as an advantage to activate these spaces. And there's also sites that are wide enough to even propose more projects, affordable housing along the streetcar line. We also did research on bioremediation processes such as phytoremediation using plants, cleaning the soil with the roots, with incorporating water, and how that's a process that needs time. So we realized that planning phasing for this master plan was critical. And this is a conceptual section that we did trying to define what was that main idea that we were trying to reflect on the site or the concept to define our approach. And we realized that it was all about the edges. It was about acknowledging the edge with the park, with the cemetery, the edge of the corridor with the different housing project. So this is a collage that has different pictures of what's happening around the site, and that also shows our project as this development recharging the aquifer below. And this is a picture showing.
Okay, we need to get a little faster to get to the master plan. So
Yeah, no worry. I'm like the next part is not that long. It's okay. And this is a picture of one of those edges currently. This is the park on the right, and this is the railway. So you have to cross like different things to get there, and it's not like very pedestrian friendly, let's say. So this is the sorry, this is the current condition of the site in terms of walls. All the thick lines that you see here are actually walls, so it's very difficult to penetrate this area because it's an industrial refinery, and we want to open that in a strategic way. So we are proposing two different types of green systems. One that is related with that green corridor that we are proposing, that is in the north, that will be composed of the tram, water infrastructure below, and a system of milpas and chinampas. Milpas and chinampas are agricultural system that the Maya and the Aztec civilization invented. There's actually some chinampas in the park. So we want to incorporate that as a system, not only to show them to the people how it works, but to use them for urban agriculture. And we have this other green space that we call funeral forest that will be a new type of cemetery, a more sustainable way of burying people, considering that the cemetery needs to be expanded. So basically it will be mixing the ashes of people with some sort of compost and planting trees. One of my peers is going to expand on this topic more, so I'm just going to skip it. And in the center of the site, in the core, there will be another type of remediation using the changes in topography and water retention ponds. So we did some numbers on water in our site, and we realized that we can recharge enough water for 7,081 people a year. The whole Mexico City accumulates 1,489,000,000 cubic meters of water per year, and all that is wasted. So when we did this calculation, we realized even more, oh, this is important to actually make it. And this is how this water system will work in the site. So we will develop blue infrastructure or some channels happening around this topography and these green systems. The green systems will serve to catch water and direct it towards that site. And we will have some retention points to alleviate flash flooding in case of that happens. So we thought also on phasing a strategy for the project, as I mentioned, going from the edges towards the center. And this is very important because it will allow the project to start happening immediately, because the edges don't have to be remediated. It's already in good shape. So we assume that Pemex could start remediating the center while the developers start taking ownership of the edges and creating this project. So this will be the first phase of our master plan. It will be about bridging residential, commercial, cultural, and environmental programs related to what's happening on each edge. So I invite you to read the different uses that we have and relate that to different typologies. We didn't want to be prescriptive on using a zoning map on what's gonna actually each place be zoned, but this is just an example of what could happen on each area. So for example, we have this transition neighborhood from this low-rise area towards the side where the high rises are gonna start happening. We have also this linear development here, terraced, that relates to this neighborhood. So this was like very careful on paying attention to what was happening on the immediate edge and working with the green corridor and the blue system that we designed. And this will be the system of chinampas and milpas that we mentioned, with an urban agriculture research center and a market to sell the products and to showcase what's happening in this area. Also, you can see some of the tram stations that we are proposing related to the Museum of the Refinery. This is an existing building that is inside Parque Bicentenario. Sorry, there's someone that has... Okay. There's this Gateway Plaza incorporating a silo building that is existent and acknowledging the memory of that edge. And in phase 2, which is this one, the edge of the core starts getting developed. We thought of a podium typology with point towers. And finally, in the third phase of the development, the core of the site will be totally remediated, able to catch water, to fill these ponds with the rain, and showing people how all this system is important. And even if we have more green spaces, considering that we already have this very large park, we considered that that was important to actually acknowledge the ecological vocation of the site, let's say. So this will be a section cutting through this green corridor with milpas and chinampas. So this will be Parque Bicentenario. This will be one of the channels with the chinampas, the milpas, and the new tram line with the bike lane, the boulevard, and the development happening here. So there's this big edge that allow us to grow vertically without any problems. And we are also using an inverted siphon to bring water towards the center of the site and to that pond system without using any bombs or artificial system that demands energy. And this is basically the same way that Roman aquifers used to work. So this is the annually diagram that show the impact on the built environment that we are having in terms of massing. This will be the ground level, but when we go to the level of the towers, these allow the development to have a lot of views and to take advantage of all those amenities that we are providing. This being the resulting nully. And basically, this is the master plan. This is how the final development would look like, more or less. So we would like to open now for the reviewers to give us some insights. And after this, we're going to continue with 4 zooming projects that my teammates developed. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that the 4 developments will look in more detail to the funeral forest, the housing that is in between the little neighborhood and the park, and then the entry plaza, and then one typology of the central core. So there are 4 different projects that we're going to see in more detail. So reviewers can make some comments about the master plan, and then we can get more into the specifics of each project one by one. So the floor is open for Mario, Benjamin, and Kevin to comment on this, and then we can get into the specifics.
When you, I would like to ask first, when you talk about a vertical city, do you talk about, I mean, necessarily high-rise buildings? I mean, because a vertical city can start with, you know, right now we have an horizontal city around Azcapotzalco. And if you just would go to 4, 5 levels, that would be a vertical city. So why do you need to increase so much the density? And as I see from the master plan, an extreme, let's say, density at the center of the recharge area. Do you realize how many square meters of construction, and would all these construction be housing, or would it be mixed, etc.? So there are several questions I'm asking there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I can start answering some of that. So when we think about the vertical city, we know that vertical is not necessarily a high rise, and you are right, in this neighborhood as Azcapotzalco, when you build 5 to 6 floors, it will be considered more vertical than the current situation, which is why we are doing that type of action in the edges that relate directly with the existing neighborhoods. But we also think that if there's a site to experiment with high-rise buildings in the city, this will be one of those, because you have as an advantage all this open space along the edges, and at the same time, there's a lot of high-rise construction already happening in the edge of Reforma and not far from here. So it will be, and Santa Fe, Granada, other districts that we visit. And it will be interesting to think how this typology can be integrated into the existing without negating it from the very beginning. That was one of the auto-imposed objectives that we have in our studio, experimenting with these typologies and understanding them in relation to the city. And also in terms of density, we are doubling the density of Azcapotzalco based on the increase that the population is going to have in 15 years, 30, and at 2050. So it's just an assumption on how you can actually provide more space for people to live, work, and be here, and integrate in the environmental systems that we propose. But this will be like the maximum development, let's say.
I have a question that I think is related to Mario's question. When you're looking at increasing the density and setting up, you know, these high-rise structures, you are, I mean, my understanding is that you are aiming towards a high-end, more kind of higher income type of housing, right? Is that correct? So is that the overall plan to bring in a higher income, high-end housing, or are you trying to solve a specific problem related to housing in Mexico City?
we wouldn't necessarily label this development as a high income development. Another challenge that we have in the studio was change that mindset, looking at different examples such as Vancouver, that they use the typology of the tower as a model for providing density, not necessarily as a model for reflecting income. Also, we were thinking on providing different options for living here, not necessarily targeting a single part of the population and saying, okay, we're going to have 50% affordable housing, but providing different typologies that can accommodate different types of residents and make this area more vibrant and allowing connections with the existing neighborhood and keeping them. At the same time, this when we went to Mexico City and we walked around this neighborhood, we asked a lot of these people if they could access to the park, if they go to the park, if they use it, and some of them said no, because first of all, there's not an entrance to the park from the neighborhood, so it almost seemed far going all the way here. So we think good action of keeping the neighborhood will be like providing those entrances and more amenities instead of just putting more affordable housing development only, let's say, but integrate like all these different types of populations. I don't know if that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, and it was a very thoughtful presentation. I found like the very many issues that you guys tried to tackle and address is kind of, you know, impressive. So there are many things that I find thoughtful and you know, well done here. And so I feel like at every kind of moment you have thoughtful answers, which is terrific. That said, from my perspective, the thing that I'm trying to grapple with is the kind of conceptual apparatus that underlines the project, and in particular this idea of a vertical city. Like Mario gets to the issue, like why vertical? Why like this? I mean, I was looking at it, it seems like 25 stories seems to be the maximum height of most of the buildings, or the taller buildings. And there's a kind of logical progression here I see, where you integrate into the city fabric with something smaller and dense, courtyard buildings, things like that. It gets taller and taller in the middle and then reduces again on the other side. You have entries to the park, you're addressing a street. All of those things seem kind of reasonable. But there's a kind of conservatism that underlines all of it, that it's just this sort of knowledge of a city that maybe it has these kind of denser areas that get taller and it flattens out and gets denser again. And what I'm really interested in is like what your vision for this kind of a city is. Not just that it is denser. We all know, you know, cities, it's a reasonable proposal to say cities have to get denser, they have to be more sustainable, they have to be well done, et cetera. But there are different kinds of cities as well. How do we, for example, decide on 25 stories as the vertical idea? How do we decide that there's a kind of, that this ideal of having a kind of parkland in the middle with a series of towers, square kind of towers that are equally facing in different directions is the kind of city we want to have? I mean, Corbusier had an idea for an ideal city that would not have been a particularly good one, I think, but was a kind of clear idea. Branculas has a very different idea. I'm wondering what your like vision is for verticality in particular.
I would think that Jorge, before you answer, I think that some of these may be answered in more ways when we look at the more detailed development of the, for example, the blocks in the center of the core of the more vertical part. That probably will be easier to see the character of those areas. So there's some more, there's more detailed information coming, I wanted to say.
And I looked at that one, and there's a lot of accomplishment here. I feel like it's a lot of description of the what, and very reasonable things, you know, like Mexico City has not been a good steward of its kind of water situation. So being a better steward, that's great. But I also feel like there's a kind of conceptual idea of what this city should be that has been kind of skirted with all of the very thoughtful and long presentations. Like, I feel like one wants to have, you know, a kind of idea for like, why do we build up in the center like that? You know,
Exactly.
I mean, are we imagining Mario's Park as more like Central Park? So if you were doing that, like, wouldn't we want the tallest buildings right on the edge of it? You know, the way like Fifth Avenue works, or Columbus Avenue or something like that. Sorry, Central
Yes.
Park West, not Columbus. So I feel like the thing that seems, there's a kind of solving of lots of localized problems, all seems to be well done. But my primary kind of critique would be, it seems like it's done as like a series of separate ideas that are all kind of agglomerated together rather than a kind of larger overarching idea. And in that regard, the biggest kind of concern might be the way in which it's just kind of trying to address each edge directly rather than maybe look for change. So for example, if you look at your project, maybe I'll even try the annotation feature, you know, this idea that because the middle area in there is the most polluted and needs all this sort of remediation, that you would create this kind of very thoughtful parkland condition, and it would get built later, all makes sense. But it also sets up a centralized idea where the center of your area is the most important. In my mind, like one of the biggest issues that you guys identified was this extraordinary park that isn't used to its extent. And so my own intuition would have been, maybe this edge actually is more powerfully present than the other one, you know, so it's less centralized, but more the center might be gravitating towards Mario's Park. And so I feel like, do you know that, like, when you use parentheses when you're writing a paper, it's like a separate thought, and it feels like many of these ideas are thoughtful, but they're all almost parenthetically removed from other larger ideas about the city.
Maybe we should get into, we have 4 projects to look into maybe some of the answers. I don't know if Kevin is the one going next, but maybe he's the one who worked more in the central part of the site. Maybe we can move into that presentation and continue the discussion as we look at the specific projects.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just quickly, Juan, just wanted to comment. So far, the presentation has been, I agree with Kevin, really, really strong, very well thought out. It's really hard to do this, you know, through the computer and not being able to see the work that has we have seen a few slides ago or before, because I think I feel that the project has many components that are really that are addressing urban issues, like working with the edges, creating green areas, working with the ecology. All of that, I think, is extremely commendable. I think that there are other aspects of, I think that you were talking about in terms of accessing the site, creating new ways of getting there that are still not clear to me. But it's because, you know, it's hard to put everything in one single board, the one that we are seeing right now on the screen. But just wanted to commend the group for all the concerns that they try to address right through this study, and also thinking about this intervention, looking at the ecology, looking at water remediation, land remediation, and water collection. I think it's a really good starting point, and I feel that it will take the project very far.
Yes, I would like to add that my first question was, because that's the about verticality density. That's the essence of the name of the studio. Now, having said that, and that's why that was my first question, I would then comment that what I like about this approach is that it is essentially an approach from the basis of ecology and infrastructure, which is absolutely a way to go today, either in urban, suburban, or peri-urban conditions of the city. and all the considerations that you have made in relation to water and to the implementation of green and blue infrastructure are very good. Very difficult to implement, but extremely good. Now, the other condition is that this part of the city lacks also not only the connections that Kevin was looking at of your project itself, but the connections of the city itself. I don't see very clear how you start with the specific, general streets just to have an urban structure, restructuring this whole site. Of course, as you know, the refinery was built, and then it was so far from the city and from so alien that the infrastructure, that is the structure of the city, meaning streets and connections, had to adapt itself. Of course, they adapted badly, and that's why the city is so complicated here. So I would have liked to start it, in addition, doing a master plan, in addition to the ecological conditions, also a condition of streets and streets and urban structure.
I was going to say, Mario, I couldn't agree more. And it's like, comes to my question about kind of vision, like there's like,
exactly.
And it could be the vision of Mies van der Rohe, like in these glass skyscrapers, or in Chicago, it could be like Daniel Burnham's vision.
Yes.
I don't know. But like, I look at the streets and I think these are very odd streets. Like if you just look at the plan,
Yes.
like I understand this kind of street and this kind of street, quite dense buildings, things like that. But when I start to look at like this street and the amount of green around it and the kind of pavilion-like quality of some of these things, and like spaces even like that, or this, I have a hard time understanding the kind of street that is being made. And it's why I was trying to use that word vision before, because I feel like
Yes.
like the many good intentions throughout the whole thing, and a lot of accomplishment. And I don't mean to take anything away from the extraordinary accomplishment that you see here, but like I also feel like what this thing that I'm finding missing is this vision for what is the new vertical city, or what is this particular city.
Yes.
That would streets too.
How do you establish, in addition to the ecological conditions, which are very thoughtful, like as everybody has said, how do you establish with the framework of the city? The framework of the city is the street, or yes, another kind of framework would be the rail and the metro. But I don't see these connections very clear to the metro station of Azcapotzalco.
Yeah, so the metro, oh, am I muted now? Oh, okay. The metro stations are here. So there's an existing here,
Yes.
and one that we are proposing here. And this will be the tram line with the boulevard that is going through the side with 3 stations there. And we were aware that the connection with the existing grid was important, and there are actually many kinds of grids happening around the site. So we decided to provide the main connections just to be continued through the core of the site, and then tie that with our own, let's say, module of development, but all the edges are responding to the existing grid and providing access to the site.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Then, when you were showing a master plan, you showed, and I insist a little bit of that, you showed very clearly your whole concern, deep concern for the ecological conditions. But then I would have overlaid into that the connections of the streets and the urban structure of this new part.
That's what I was talking about too. Yeah, I agree.
I think that sorry that I have to keep moving there, but we need to, I think that we need
Yes,
to
okay.
start seeing the four, and we can continue the conversation as we look at the four interventions. You know, I
Okay.
think, I don't know if you have an ordering plan, Jorge, but it looks like Kevin could go next. I don't know who's going next, but you guys.
No,
decide.
so the order that we have is Sydney is going next. She is gonna show the funeral forest
Okay,
more
let's
in
go.
detail. Then Andrew, Kevin, and Tristan.
Okay, so let's do it. Cindy, go ahead.
Great
otherwise
work.
we're not gonna-
Great presentation. Good job.
Thank you.
Sorry to butt in about things that are really not my business, but I was going to say, like, I know we've got a hard stop at noon, so just keep in mind with your presentations.
That's right. I
Yes.
have to.
Well, in a way, I think that you guys can go a little faster now because they already know about the funeral forest. But Sydney, can you start sharing your screen?
Yes, I'm getting up there. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So like Jorge was saying, I'm zooming into the funeral landscape. So on the south edge of our site, there are several traditional cemeteries, which Jorge was explaining. This is the main one, Panteón Español, and then there's some over here. They are traditional in the sense that they use caskets and headstones. One of the main issues with these cemeteries, however, is the limited capacity of bodies that could be held at one time. On our visit to Mexico City, a few people were able to question the guards of the cemetery and came to discover that after so many years of a body being buried there, many times the cemeteries will dig up graves in order to make room for others. Each one of the cemeteries next to the site was walled and gated, which made it quite difficult for any of us to look around. As a group, we wanted to include a design for our master plan proposal that had a new approach to how cemeteries and death are perceived and experienced by the public. In rethinking the use of a cemetery, we are proposing a funeral landscape. After doing some research earlier on, it became evident that the mixture of cremated remains with plants would allow for more people to be buried in comparison to a traditional grave. Plants have the capability to be placed closer to one another than caskets, which results in a higher density. If our site was filled with...
Cindy, we're losing you. We cannot hear you.
Okay.
I can hear fine.
Okay, sometimes my internet's kind of spotty.
No, I got you. We cannot hear you.
I can hear you very well.
I hear it very well.
Yeah, I think it might be just on your end.
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. If our site was just filled with plants and no form of program, it would take around 13 years for the funeral landscape to be at its maximum capacity if every person who was labeled as murdered in Mexico City was buried there. So I did the math based off of two scales, the larger scale of the jacaranda tree, which is very commonly seen in Mexico City, and then the smaller scale of the Mexican marigold, which is it's many times tied to with the holiday of Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, and using that to create the math to see how the landscape would eventually be filled up, and then using numbers from Mexico City 2019, the number of murders in Mexico City, and doing that math to figure out that it would take around 13 years for the whole funeral landscape to be filled.
There's something special about murders in this? It was
Yes, I was.
For people who were murdered?
Yes, I was trying to find just deaths in Mexico City, but the only thing that was really coming up was just murders in Mexico City. So I decided to use that number and not spend an excessive amount of time trying to just find the amount of people who have died in Mexico City.
But the cemetery is supposed to just be for people who were murdered, or no?
No, this is just a number that I was using to do.
Yes, I think, why don't you propose now a cemetery for dead coronavirus people from New York? Completely.
Be overwhelmed in moments, it seems.
It's a bad comment. It's a black joke. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
Okay, in designing the funeral landscape, I was heavily inspired by the famous holiday of Mexico, Dia de los Muertos. The way both death and life is celebrated during this holiday with its many traditions would serve as the primary motivation in creating new experience of cemeteries and remembering the dead. So this collage was used to just get some initial ideas of what the experience of Day of the Dead is like in Mexico and in Mexico City, the use of colors, and on the side I have all these words that was commonly associated with the holiday: food, paintings, art, a lot of celebration, a lot of parades, and using that as the primary motivation for the design.
Okay. Mhm.
There are 6 symbolic colors that are used during Dia de los Muertos. Each color is associated with a set of words or phrases. I used the colors to set up a series of moments that a person could experience along the funeral landscape. So essentially, when I first began the design, I looked at these different colors and what they mean, and then I set them in an order and used that to eventually come up with the programs or these moments that I'm going to be proposing with along the site. Okay, so essentially this is what it translates to when it becomes the actual programs, and each one is tied specifically with the color that was showed in the previous diagram. So these presentations are now showing how each moment is going to be shown and then the transition between each of these moments.
Ask a quick question, clarification, Sydney.
Yes.
The main cemetery just to the side of what you're doing is not being touched, or it's also being incorporated into this?
No, it is not being touched. So essentially this is something separate.
Okay.
Okay. So the first color, the blood of life, was translated into a plaza of vendors. This plaza can serve as the beginning or the end of the procession of the Dia de los Muertos moments. If it serves as the beginning, people would more than likely arrive through the museum that Tristan will be explaining more about, which is, if you look down here, that's where his focus is. The plaza would serve as a place where people can buy the many goods that are traditionally used in creating altars. This includes food, flowers, art, and candles. The next moment is grief. Grief translated into an art garden. People can explore many different forms of art that is associated with Mexican culture and people. This space is designed in a way that people can explore the funeral landscape in order to find different art that symbolizes Dia de los Muertos and Mexico. The art could be anything from a sculpture to a mural. The idea is that not all the art is the same, so people have the desire to explore around the landscape. So essentially it's a series of points that people will be able to meander through the forest and get to explore. The next one, the next moment celebration translated into an amphitheater. The amphitheater is a place where people are welcome to rest, but also enjoy the many performances associated with Dia de los Muertos. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of parades and a lot of dancing and a lot of celebration that surprisingly is tied to this holiday. So having a place where people can not only come to rest, but have a place where they could set up those performances. And then the fourth moment, purity and hope, translated into a series of altar walls. It is extremely common for people in Mexico to set up altars with food, art, candles, and flowers in order to remember, honor, and celebrate the life of the people who have passed. The series of walls would allow for people to create small altars in remembrance of the people that have been buried within the funeral landscape. And this also is something that people would be able to walk through. And the idea is that there would be around a third of the amount of altars to service for the whole entire site.
Would those altars be particularly named? Like would everyone have a name plaque or no?
Yeah, so essentially there would be these walls that are there, and then they'd have these little nooks in them where people could place the plaques and images, and they have where with Dia de los Muertos, people put oftentimes, specifically on that day, where they put the food and the candles for whenever the ancestors decide to return back home. So that's where in these walls, there would be areas for that.
Where are the other two-thirds?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
What are you saying, that there's a permanent plaque that says everyone who's dead or buried there's name, or no, these are just temporary things that are colonized by people that want to celebrate their relatives?
It's a more of a temporary thing that people use.
Okay. One clarification, Sydney. I understand that the whole cemetery, I mean, it's about trees. In other words, they will be dissolved in ashes and then put into the ground, and
Yes.
then with seeds, and then this would create trees, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the essential, so they get the remains, and how it works is they combine them with wood chips, and it's a special form of packaging. And then essentially you can use any form of plant that you like and will thrive in the area that you're thinking of planting. And essentially you get a sapling of the plant that you want, and you mix it with the cremated remains and the wood chips, and you plant that. And essentially that, if you take care of it like a normal plant, would eventually grow to its full potential of becoming a tree or a flower or some form of shrubbery.
So then how would you find your dead, would you go back? Would they be signaled in the ground or?
Yeah, so the way that the way that I had imagined it is that, yes, you go and then it becomes more of an organic process of how people come and then they plant
Yes.
within these
It goes
different
down to-
transition spaces. But then, yes, there would be some form of placard that's used, and people would be able to come and revisit specifically the tree or the flower that they planted for
Yes.
their loved one.
Okay.
But not for every person, right? Just for
I mean,
there
it
is not
could,
the tree for every single person that was cremated or buried in this, interned in this place, right?
Yes.
no, yeah, so the idea is that eventually this would become filled up with all these plants or trees and flowers that are essentially the people that have been buried in this forest.
Right, but there's not a one-to-one relationship, one tree for one former person, right?
It can be. I mean, there's the potential that it could be multiple people buried for or used to plant one tree. The idea is that it kind of depends on what people are looking for as terms of like the plants they want to use. It could be a one-to-one relationship. It could not. It could be more.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that the thing that Mary and I are both like kind of asking questions about is that there's a kind of interesting idea here about a sequence, about engaging with ritual, but a very important aspect of cemeteries has to do with the ability to honor and address one's, people one knew or loved or whatever, and identify a particular place. Now that might be a kind of big wall with names. It could be a kind of moment.
Exactly.
But the thought that it would be a kind of generalized condition is actually kind of like distressing. There are places like that, when they cleared out the paupers' graves, the mass graves in Paris, and they put all the bones into the catacombs. But that was a kind of unknown condition. And I think the idea of this is interesting, but the thought that you would leave out this very important kind of aspect of cemeteries seems like a very odd thing to have kind of left out. And I would actually argue that it's incredibly important that there needs to be some way that you might, memorialize the presence of an individual.
Yeah,
Yes.
I totally agree. I mean,
it's not just a casual thing to say it might be a one-to-one relationship of trees, or I actually think it's embedded in the nature of the project. It's a beautiful idea to say every single tree there it represents a single person or something, but I think you actually have to be explicit about it.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Jorge, were you going to say something? Because I would like afterwards to say something.
you go ahead, Mario.
Well, Sydney, interestingly enough, at this precise moment, I am designing a cemetery here in Mexico City. And yes, there is what they call a new tendency, which is starting very, very mildly, called ecological cemetery. And it's related to planting a tree or a specific plant, but to name it in consideration to the person or to the loved one. Right now, the most sought out mode is to do niches like walls, and the walls themselves become like altars, but this is like lockers or niches, walls, continuous walls. So you could be combining that, and the walls can be, 4 or 5 stories of different niches, and then you could be combining forest with niches, because of course the density of niches is much higher to the density of trees. A tree needs about 100 square meters per tree, and the niches go very dense by 4 or 5 stories of niches, 6 stories even. So I think you have 2 very good ideas. One is the ecological, what we call now here the ecological cemetery, and 2, your idea of the altars. You could be alternating these altars with, alternatively with forest and the niches, by pieces of walls or something like that. Could be a beautiful landscape, of course. So I think you have 2 very good threads, but they are not clearly identified. The fact that also that you that you cannot find your loved one in a specific niche is also very troublesome in any culture, by the way. The fact that you could use these walls alternating, and also places of worship. I don't see many areas of real worship, like a chapel or like a outdoor places to pray and to reflect. You see, I think you got a little hung up on the idea of Dia de los Muertos, but that's only one day of the year. You see, the 364 days of the year, people go to of course, the Dia de los Muertos, there's an enormous amount of people. Everybody goes to pay respect to their loved ones, and it becomes like you say, exactly like a parade, but it's not a parade at the cemeteries. It's not a parade of precisely of joy or anything like that. So that's it. I don't want.
Okay. I think that I need to be the one pushing forward. We need to move to the next project. I mean, she has a sanctuary on one end, so there was a specific sanctuary for that kind of celebration. But I think yeah, they're right there. I mean, that's a kind of idea of what can go there. But I know, Benjamin, you may want to add something, but if we can move to the next one, we have 3 more projects that we need to look at. So I'm worried about that we're running out of time. So even if we go a little past our time, just because we have those difficulties to have Mario, if you don't mind to go a little past, but even if we start now, we're going to still have a hard time with 3 projects. So let's go to the next one. Kevin. Mario, you need to lower your camera. We only see your forehead.
I see. I lost the screen.
Now we see it because we were hearing you, but we were seeing only your forehead. So it was very interesting.
Because I wanted to concentrate myself, particularly on this very touchy and poetic. It can be a very poetic condition.
Kevin, go ahead and share the screen.
Okay.
And keep in mind that we're tight, so if you can condense your presentation, everybody, should do that. But
yeah, okay. Yeah, so my okay. I'm Kevin. So my project is focusing on the development of one of these buildings in the center. Yeah. So in my sorry guys. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So I began thinking about the idea of high-rise water systems and how they're conventionally, like, let's say, conceived, whereas pretty much all precipitation would flow to the sewer system in the case of Mexico City, but then we keep pulling water from the aquifer to supply our buildings. So there has been some innovations lately with in terms of gray water treatment. But then my idea is just to reconsider the notion of how the stormwater could be treated and used in the buildings. And then also, instead of keep pulling water from the aquifers, to propose the opposite, which is to recharge them. So thinking about living with water, how do, let's say in the horizontal organization, how we usually see living with water, which is either like the house being isolated from the water. So you would have your pool area, your lake house, your floating houses, and then thinking of like when it's in a vertical setting, how then water, you can have this relationship. So how does water and nature gardens play a role? How could we integrate those, let's say those ideas within the building itself? Then thinking of how developing, let's say, different unit types, and how these unit types could then be arranged to form essentially a courtyard building, and how these courtyards then now could be bringing in this notion of living with water, how this could become a nice public space for the people to use. So then considering the courtyard type as an interesting model because of the way it promotes socialization, because when we usually think of vertical cities and we think of towers, usually the core of the building is just for the servicing. So you only have elevators, only have escalators. And in this case, I wanted to take the core and put it on the perimeter, and then the center becomes the communal space for people. And then, so just thinking of like, as you keep going up, the different views you could have of, let's say, the Parque Bicentenario or some areas of Azcapotzalco, and then how these courtyard types could be pretty much be almost in a phasing condition. And then, so in terms of massing, it's just thinking of how this type of building could be hovering over a podium base, which is integrated into landscape and into the idea of recollecting water and directing it into the aquifer. So thinking of the ground plane as being this very public space, and then you could have the semi-public spaces of the courtyard building as well. So in a way, it's just trying to relate and bring in the notion of nature and water and gardens into all scales. Then something important to, I'll tackle that now. So this is just the layout of like parking. So parking would be underground, because since we are building up, it makes it's actually not underground in theory. Then just thinking of the ground floor plan, in which the ground floor would be conceived as being, let's say, commercial spaces that's just flexible, but then it also allows for people to move through these spaces, because something that is important for us from the master plan level to the detail is thinking about how, let's say, giving freedom for people to move throughout the buildings, because we were interested in this notion of, for instance, when the Aztecs built their spaces, how you could pretty much move around the building. So the building becomes part of the landscape. So we were thinking about having that same freedom being projected into these buildings as well. then how that roof terrace of the podium becomes inhabited. So part of the programming of it is both to aid in the treatment of the water. So you would have your cistern, your natural water treatment, but then also that water that's treated could be used for recreation. So you could have pools and other public amenities that are related to water. So it is both infrastructure, but then it's also let's say it brings awareness to the use of water in the space, and then how that water could then be filtered and then eventually be discharged into the aquifer. So yeah, so it's almost turning on its head the way we use the water. And then thinking of the residential block, the units on top, how the units are organized around this common courtyard space, and thinking of how these spaces also are intended to hold water as it rains. And then also having the core is part of the perimeter, so you would free the entire middle space. But then also thinking of the units, which you'll see later, how that starts to create some porosity within the section. So this is another typical level of the space where the courtyard is below, and how the sculptural stairs also help connect in these spaces. And so some of these units are, let's say, 2 floors. So the way I was thinking of the units was to organize them in terms.
The water is only at the bottom, right? It doesn't, the courtyards don't go up the building. It's just at the very base, right?
Okay, so the water collection occurs at the bottom, but then in the courtyards, there is the possibility of it to be holding water. I'll explain that in a section in a little while. Okay. So here I have just like this notion of how the residential units could be containing, let's say, these gardens, or you could be surrounded by the gardens, or you could be hovering over gardens. Then thinking of the elevation and how the way that I treated, let's say, the building massing produces like a very, let's say, like a very generic expression, if you will. But then in the section, you start to get that idea of porosity within the building. So here you could see pretty much how that the rain would come in and how it eventually flows until it gets down into the aquifer. And then at a zoomed in level, how so each one of the courtyard clusters, if you will, would have the potential to also aid in recycling, let's say, the gray water that occurs in each of the courtyards. So that way, like, you don't have to rely on always bringing the water from the bottom up, but if you already have it up here, you could keep recycling it. So then there's a gap between like the gap that's between the courtyards is actually that infrastructure level that would be used for the recycling of the gray water inside the building. And then also here you could see like the other scale of the gardens and how that starts to create a more permeable section, if you will.
Okay, Kevin, we need to wrap up because otherwise we're not gonna have time for feedback.
Yeah, and then just like a view of one of those courtyards as you're exiting one of the elevator cores, and that's it.
Kevin, I know we're short for time, so I'm just going to throw out a couple of quick observations.
Yeah.
There's a, and this isn't meant to take away any of the accomplishment in the documents. It's just I'm trying to look at, pay attention to time. So in particular, I find certain decisions very odd, and I started mentioning at the beginning, but like the placement of these towers and the sort of sense that they are sort of equally facing each of their sides seems like a kind of curious condition to me. In particular, if you're going to do that, why you would go for what you call the generic expression seems even odder, like that it's somehow just the expression of the interior unit on the outside. Like to me, I would have thought that part of the idea of a tall building, especially one that is pulled away from other ones, has to do with the way in which it is sided and what it looks like from outside, and how you kind of suggest various kind of engagements with the city. I mean, you just have to look at, I think, like the great Harry Cobb from Pay Cobb Freed and his towers, and start to imagine, I mean, most of those are office buildings, but how you imagine like a large building in the city might reflect that city or engage the city. So that seems like one of the kind of missed opportunities of having done a tower. I still think 25 floors is like, you got to address why that. It's not a zoning consideration in your case.
Mhm.
Like why that particular height, and it is neither a high rise nor a mid rise thing. It's somewhere in the middle, and I'm not sure I understand why. I think that the idea of a building that's like a donut is quite an interesting one, and very powerful with precedents. But I think your rendering is really misleading. That will only happen on the top floor. The other courtyards are going to be quite dark. There's very little light that actually gets to them, and that seems like much more problematic to me. And I think if you want to do a building like this, you actually have to open up the sides much more dramatically. So it's not an equal donut everywhere around. And I think these small breezeways actually wouldn't let nearly enough light into the building, and the lower floors in particular. And then when you start to look at the units, like the way you organize them, where it has one wall of service and one wall that's open, seems to miss the kind of power, the possibilities of having a building that is all open, is one room wide, you know? So like one of the great advantages of a building that is like a donut, where you have a courtyard in the middle, is that you could get light from both sides. Even though there's a privacy issue, you can start to imagine clear story windows. You can imagine, you know, frosted glass windows, or various architectonic ways in which you can open a building perceptively to this great big communal space on the inside, and not just face the outside. What you've designed are apartment layouts that look very much like a double-loaded corridor condition. And you've gone to great expense and effort to start to imagine a building that you know has this openness on the inside, but the units don't really take advantage of that. And the idea of like a social condition where you might have the equivalent of a front porch looking into the social world, and then this incredible view on the other, is something that is just inherent to the nature of your design, but hasn't been taken advantage of. There are other things to talk about, like construction, materiality, like how you deal with issues like heating and cooling on the individual things. Is it a concrete frame and then everything is individual? And then how you deal with exhaust and stuff like that I think are curious. I think there are other things like the presence of water on each of the courtyard levels is kind of interesting, but it's not as powerfully present as it seemed like it was going to be from your presentation. But anyway, there are many more things to say, but we're kind of cut for time, so I'll just leave it with that.
Well, if I can jump in quickly. I think the notion of the courtyard building is something that is embedded in Mexican culture, and even you know, in Mexico City we see a number of courtyard buildings. But I agree with Kevin. I think it's important to figure out what the relationship between the opening of the courtyard and the height of the building, in order to make an actually living and a courtyard that is habitable and provides the type of environment that you are envisioning there. I really commend you for looking at water recollection, and then looking at the system and make it consistent with the entire master plan. I think that's really interesting and can be used as a model even for, you know, for thinking buildings in Mexico City. So I think that there is a lot of a good proposition there and a good amount of research there that pretty much drove the project. But yeah, there is an issue there. And the other issue, it's the density of the building, the amount of square feet that you have that you are building, and the amount of habitable space for renting or for purchasing that you are offering. That's always a question with this type of buildings, right? How much structure you have to build and how much actually space you actually can get the return from in terms of the investment. So that's something that, you know, needs to be also considered, right? And then there might be other possibilities, that perhaps a linear building or something that includes the same square footage but doesn't offer the limitations of that are created by enclosing the space in this courtyard form. But so that would be my 2 cents.
Yes.
Kevin, why don't you go back to the section, you know, show all the drawings. So you have, you know, it's good to rotate so you don't keep the same image in the screen. So section. So you can leave that one for one. Sorry, Mario, last comment, and we move to
Yes.
Andrew. We're gonna have only one. We are missing one student, so we have one more only.
Okay, yes, very, very fast. I agree with all of Kevin's observations and considerations. I would have liked to see in particularly in your idea an analysis of sky gardens from different architects, in particularly the first one that I have recollection right now is the Petrobras building in Sao Paulo. I don't remember but Roberto Burle Marx did some wonderful gardens at each corners of the building. And then of course, Foster's building in Germany is the second important one, creating also ventilation at the interior and so forth. And that has a kind of started a whole idea of sky gardens, including the one that Legorreta and did for Vancomer with the English architect. At this moment, I also goes out of my.
We visited the tower.
Yes. So those are ideas of sky gardens that maybe could have been used in a better reference for your conditions of full considerations of interior courtyards and in a high rise. Of course, the whole the light condition is absolutely essential. I also like, well, what I like is your idea of at the podium having water treatment plants. I have never heard that. I think it's a very interesting idea. Of course, you would have to be a very sophisticated water treatment plant in order not to smell. You were talking about gray waters and so on. But I think that's a very interesting idea. The fact that it's like Benjamin was telling, the conditions of going from the master plan of recycling water and introducing it into the module itself for the high-rise building is very interesting. As a whole consideration would have been great to pursue. Of course, I know that it's very long, it's very complicated, but those were my comments. Those would be my comments.
Just can I just jump in?
Wrap up comment from Kevin.
I just love the sky garden kind of comments, and it just seems to me like, what would have stopped you from saying, well, let's make one building that's 50 stories high, and then you can start to open these courtyards up to one side or another, where like maybe then like they actually could grow things in there. Like the thing about all those buildings that Mario was talking about is they're sided. They're not just requiring light coming from the top. And as a consequence, you can get the same, if you're worried about density, you could get the same density and just start to like imagine how, like what plants would grow there. Maybe different plants grow on the east side than on the west side opening or something. But
exactly.
It's a powerful idea, and it's a new building type, and that's exciting.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
So we're moving to Andrew, the last project, because one student is missing. So we're going to go with Andrew. Please share your screen.
Yep. Everyone can see that okay?
Yep.
And just one comment. Please forgive us if we are not seeing the whole project in its intensity and its profundity. But this is the first time I do a virtual studio review, and I think right now it's limitations, or as time goes by, we will get better at it, both the presenters and the reviewers.
Thank you, Mario. You're right. It's a new thing for all of us. So let's give it a shot. So Andrew, you're next.
Yep. Thank you, Juan. Thank you,
Keep it
Mario.
succinct. Keep it succinct because we're going to lose some reviewers because they need to take care of things at noon. But
Yep.
Mario may be able to stay a
I'll do
little
my
longer.
best to keep it very short.
Okay. Go ahead.
So the part of the site that I was doing my project on is this eastern portion here, kind of in between the neighborhood to the south and the park to the north. So this is an aerial photo kind of taken from the east. On the bottom left here, you see this wonderful character-filled neighborhood. And on the right is the park. And in between is this small portion of the Pemex site that has the railroad coming through it and then some Pemex offices and some forest. And what I wanted to do with my project was to address the lack of connection between these two areas that were extremely close as the crow flies, but in reality are very difficult to get to from one another. So in that neighborhood, this is what that condition looks like. You're looking towards the Pemex site here from the neighborhood, and the entire neighborhood is surrounded by this wall. It's 6 or 7 feet of concrete block and then another 6 or 7 feet of fence. And it's impossible to get through, and it makes getting to that park really difficult. And you can see here, there was actually a little hole in one of the walls that we were able to look through. And it's a very underutilized portion of this site that is Mexico City's most important refinery, but this portion of the site even now is unused. So here is the wonderful park that Mario designed and all the wonderful amenities that could provide for these people who live only a couple hundred meters away. But in reality, it takes them upwards of 30 minutes to get there, just because of the geometries of the site. So on the south here is this neighborhood. The red is the wall that kind of walls it off. It creates an insular condition between these two large streets on the bottom right and then the wall on the left. And then here's the kind of a portion of the wall holding the park in. And so in trying to think about how to connect these, I was thinking about streets that project towards that site, kind of the tributary areas of the neighborhood that they serve, the amenities specifically within the park that would be serious attractions for people who live in this area. And then if we started to connect those with some sort of bridge or something, what that would look like, and buildings that start to surround that, make some of the other space usable. And this is the form that I resulted in. So essentially it's a series of stepped or terraced apartments that kind of surround these other developable blocks, I'll call them, that sit underneath them. On the bottom left here is the neighborhood, and on the upper right would be where the park is. And so the idea is that the residents of the neighborhood or people from other nearby neighborhoods can take these bridges that connect to the neighborhood up over parts of the funeral landscape that Sydney mentioned, up onto this kind of podium where the apartments and these developable buildings sit, and then they can take these bridges across the ecological corridor that holds the agriculture systems and the intermodal transportation, and over into the park easily. So this is that condition and section. On the left, the neighborhood, the ramp going up. You can't see the plaza that connects these two, and it's in the background, but the idea is that you can come up across this productive landscape and through these buildings and over to the park easily.
Are these all
pardon?
Is housing the buildings or different things?
I'll get to that in a second. Part of it is housing, and part of it is a what I'm calling a developable area that would be up to the developer who chooses to take this on, what exactly sort of program fits in there. But some program that requires a little less daylight exposure, but still some sort of commercial space.
I was going to say, how do you occupy the middle of these buildings without light?
It's not entirely. I'll get to that in a second. It's not entirely lightless. It's just less exposure than, you know, all the bedrooms need to be facing onto a place with light. Yeah. This is the central condition here, kind of creating this corridor surrounding the transportation and ecological corridor with the bridge connecting over the top, and then the right side heading into the park. This is just the condition of habitation within some of the apartments looking towards the neighborhood. But we'll just keep moving. This is the ground floor plan of one of these larger buildings. So it holds kind of some parking in the middle, and on the outer side, some pedestrian level retail opportunities. The first floor, so this hopefully will help address some of your questions, Kevin. So the bottom 8 units here are apartments, as well as this bar on the top, and then this central piece here is kind of what I'm calling the developable building. So light access comes in through kind of these smaller corridors, but also these larger cutouts that we can see. It's these buildings here. So they still have a lot of light frontage, just not say as much. So yeah, this is the larger plaza space that people walk up to, and then the bridge heading north. Some plantings and gardens. It also, this form kind of also creates some smaller semi-private courtyards for people who live in these buildings or work in these buildings, say, but there's also this larger courtyard that's public and accessible to everyone. Some floor plans from a higher up floor. This is kind of how some of the floor plates transform as they increase from the first floor on the bottom to the 7th floor on the top. This is an elevation looking at it from one of the sides. So the neighborhood being on the right now, you can see kind of some retail and other things on the bottom. This building in the center here is the leasable space that would ideally help to kind of offset some of the costs of these apartments, and then the apartments kind of surrounding, coming up and over and back down, facing towards the corridor. This is the view of kind of walking up that bridge towards one of the large plazas, and then looking from one of the bridges down the corridor towards some of the taller buildings in the background. And I think I'll leave it there. Please, questions if you have them.
Please, Andrew, could you go back to your second section? So that right there. So yeah. That's where the tram and everything goes in between.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
So, you know, Andrew, I'm gonna just like the last one. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of stuff out, like immediate reactions.
Please do.
It's a shame to do it this way because I feel like there's a lot of accomplishment, and I would much prefer to ask a series of questions and understand your intentions behind the buildings. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but so take whatever I say with a grain of salt, as Mario was saying earlier. I'd be getting it all wrong. My instinct is like it's a kind of lovely idea for a project, right? This sort of idea that the building is this filter that's encouraging, more than a filter, it's kind of like it's a siphon that's pulling people across from this neighborhood through this area into the park. I love the idea that you're looking beyond your particular site to make something, but there are a series of things that are confusing to me or potentially problematic. One is, particularly when you look at the elevations, you understand that when you're talking about this ecological area in the middle, you're talking about a kind of street. Like you're seeing public on the ground floor, you're seeing commercial, lots of vehicular and pedestrian traffic on that ground floor level, right?
Yes.
And that to me is in a kind of weird, stark contrast to this idea of raising up onto a kind of new plaza level and then going down on the other side. It seems to me that you need to reconcile both in plan and in section this idea of what is the kind of public realm. I think you're very clearly like creating a public street down the middle, but there are signs that go against that, right? This kind of import of going up in the shaping of the buildings around these kind of almost plaza-like areas that conclude the two streets coming from the residential area, but then that faces back and away from the street. The buildings that they're oriented, I guess, to the sun, since the terraces all happen on the same side. But you would imagine that if this was like the major street in the middle, right? I'm going to annotate a little bit. Like if that's the major street, that maybe you have kind of the tall wall on both sides, and not just orient the building to the sun. So one side is more formal, right, and one side is more casual. But yet you've got like a formal side on the street and a casual side on the street. And I think like actually the rest of the project isn't so much about its solar orientation. I'm not sure why that takes such a precedence on on the organization of the buildings and the urban organization. I would have thought that you would have, for example, said the real center of this project is going to be this area in the middle, so that the buildings might face that way, so that the plaza levels and plan are more about being engaged with this side. Like if you look at your plans, you see that those kind of public gathering spaces are facing away, right? They're more oriented this way than they are part of the streetscape. And I think this area is part of the public realm and needs to get involved with the kind of life and activity of what's going on over here. I think that manifests itself in a number of different ways. Like even the thought that you would imagine that there's kind of commercial happening at this level. I mean, I do think the building is just too thick. I don't actually believe that middle area is going to get much light at all, and I find it more problematic. And I don't know why the building has to be so thick. But even if it did, this sort of idea that it had to like that was going to be a commercial area, it's weird then to have residential kind of like somebody's private apartment just like right next to this public area. Like all your window shades would be down all the time. Like it's not a you're not making a clear relationship between the public and the private realms. And I feel like typically even on a street where you've got like a New York City street, the residential happens a few steps up typically, so you don't look into people's windows and there's some sense of privacy. I think that the kind of public realm though is the kind of most important, and how it can be like have a hierarchy between this kind of primary public idea, this boulevard, this new ecological boulevard with bridges and second-story retail and first-story retail, and how that then punctures through and allows people to enter from one side and exit to the other. I think is a really exciting idea, but and these things really become the key. And I think right now you're just looking at a kind of geometry, a planimetric geometry that has to do with how you resolve the two streets into some space. And I think it's more interesting to start to imagine how that encourages a public life. Like, is it like a mall, like there's lined with stores? Is there a whole other kind of public realm that happens one floor up as people are passing through programmatically? I wonder what that is. Like it could be restaurants. There are cities like that, like or squares like Fez, you know, where the upper levels are all like these restaurants, dining terraces overlooking the public area. Like I think you actually have to think of it as a public realm and a private realm. And how these things intersect becomes exciting. And that's both with the planning and section and plan, but also with the massing of the buildings. Like, so I don't think you can just say solar orientation determines that. You certainly can't say that when you have so much of the building that disregards the impact of getting light in.
Yes. Would you like to say something, Benjamin? Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, well, I think it's, well, first of all, I want to say that it's impressive the amount of work that we have seen this morning, especially thinking that you guys went to Mexico City and the pandemic just hits you when you were there, came back,
Yeah.
2 weeks of spring break. And I mean, it's amazing. It's really impressive what we have seen today, to the point that we haven't even had enough time to discuss the work thoroughly. So I commend all of you for that. Also, I want to say that regarding this project, Andrew, I think that when you have, I think it's an issue of choices here, right? When you have, especially looking at the limited amount of time that you had to work with. And I think that I really commend you for trying to tackle all the different components of the project, looking at the housing and simultaneously looking at the urban environment that you are creating. But I think that there was a conflict there that you couldn't really bring together the two of them. And I think it was because you were trying to tackle too many things at the same time. I think that if I had taken this project, you know, in retrospective, perhaps I would have looked more into this urban environment that you are creating, these issues that you are trying to address, which I think go beyond just the connections, right? And see how those permeate into the housing. That's probably what, you know, will satisfy some of the questions that Kevin is asking. Is how is it that public space, that public realm permeates and dictates what happens within the buildings? And I think that you were trying to do both. And at the end, you know, then the result in both is kind of half cooked, right? So how do you manage the time so you make the work of that is urban more prominent, and then see how the consequences are, you know, in a very schematic way in the house at the housing level. If we look at your perspectives, for instance, that's where, you know, those type of things that are perhaps I pretty much think that you, as every student does, ends with these drawings, right? and end up being the end result of or how far you could go the night before, right? And I think that that could have been not perhaps the starting point, but perhaps the second step, right? How you do define this urban environment that you are trying to create with a little bit more detail, and then see what the consequences are, you know, at the housing level, and see how they permeate into that realm. And then you know, the two of them start to have a dialogue, because I agree with Kevin, there are a lot of conflicts there, and so that's something that I will just consider. I think that Kevin in the beginning was talking about, well, what is the environment, what is the vision that you are having, and that's exactly where here will take at this level will take a much more relevant role in terms of the overall environment that you are trying to create at the urban level. So
Yes.
that will be.
Just one last comment. I agree with what Benjamin and Kevin have said, particularly with the idea of elevating the podium and kind of neglecting the condition of the ground floor street, or, you know, that could be a second story of restaurants or markets or whatever, the first floor, no? I was thinking very much at the beginning, I agreed with your orientation. I think you're looking south, but Mexico City, you know, has no heating or it doesn't need heating or air conditioning. So orientation is very, very important. And that's one of the great assets of Mexico City. And I actually think that you could have put your terraced housing towards the north in order to have like hotspots in every one of these terraces looking north, and they would look into the park. And then on the north side, I would have put other kinds of uses, like you said, maybe even offices or things like that. And then you would have the terrace on the south side, but the terrace looking to the street on the south side, and again on the north side looking towards the cemetery. Just a reflection, just things to reflect. And I also want to clear very that we couldn't have connected the neighborhood over the Pemex for reasons of, as I told you in Mexico City, but I want Benjamin to hear and also Kevin to hear it. We stress very much to connect the neighborhood to the park, and we proposed a skywalk over the Pemex site, and even that they wouldn't allow us, even if it was enclosed. So anyway, congratulations, because it's a lot of work. I completely agree with Benjamin of what you have done in such difficult conditions due to this pandemic, which is unknown for every one of us. I mean, it's the first time the globe really stops going in and gets into kind of a dormant condition. So congratulations to all of you. Really, you have done an excellent work, but particularly under these conditions. And also forgive us for not getting into more detail of it's very difficult to assess a project in these conditions properly.
Yeah, thank you to the reviewers. I agree. We had a little bit of a late start, and so we were catching up. One student is missing, so I mean, in a way, you know, we have been able to do a little more with the last two projects. But I know that you probably will need, just to absorb the master plan with all the ideas, it will require like a thorough 1 hour conversation just on that. So I know for the students, sometimes it feels like, oh, we didn't talk about this or we didn't talk about that. There's not really enough time, but I agree with Mario and with Benjamin. The master plan looks fantastic. The work is impressive. We lost, I mean, in addition to adjusting to a new way of working, we lost real time in terms of that we have 1 week of class that was canceled. So we had to deal with that, you know, on the go. So if we had known since the beginning, we could have adjusted, but we didn't know about that. So I congratulate also the students for the work. So
and congratulations to Juan, because such a condition so difficult to do as a reviewer, you know, as a professor.
Oh, thank you, thank you, and thank you for welcoming us went to your office, and it was very helpful. And the trip in Mexico was very informative for the students and very beneficial. And I think that we're going to see it in the other projects as well. So Mario, you're staying for the next session. Benjamin, thank you very much. We particularly appreciate for a native Mexico City person looking at this, like all these people looking at your city. And it's great to have people that are very aware of the issues, like you too, and people that are never been to Mexico City. That may be the case in the next review. So thank you, Benjamin. Mario, we're gonna keep the meeting on so we can take a break to eat something, and then we'll reconvene at 12:30. Okay, Mario?
Okay. Should I get out of the meeting and then with the same?
I would say you can just simply mute yourself and camera and then come back, because it's gonna go very quickly. So I'm gonna leave it all on.
It's at 12:30, right?
Yeah, 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mario and Benjamin, for your comments.
Good job, guys. Good job. Congratulations. And yeah.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Okay, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Max.
Okay, guys. Bye. See you at 12:30. Let's go eat something, get energy, and we'll look at team 2. Hi, Daniel. How are you? My camera is not working, so I tried to do the phone this morning, and it led to a lot of chaos. So I decided not to do it. But I think you're muted. I cannot hear you.
I think not now. Like
not now. Perfect.
Try to mute myself, like in between.
How are you?
Hi, Fernando. How are you?
Good.
Good. So we had the first session this morning. Were you guys able to see the video presentation?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Daniel, were you able to?
We are dedicated reviewers.
Yeah.
What is it?
We are very dedicated.
Okay, good. No, the only thing is that we have 15 students in this studio. So by doing this in 3 sessions, it worked out well because we have 3 teams, so we can divide each team into one of the sessions. But we have only 2 hours. So, I mean, we lost a little bit of review time versus that almost 4 hours in the morning and the afternoon. So we need to get on track as soon as we can, because we're going to run out of time very quickly. Mario Shedna was in the review this morning. Let me see. I need to accept him. He's joining again. Mario Shedna is going to be in this review. Let me welcome him. I think he's about to join. I don't know if Felipe is already in the call. Is Felipe connected? Felipe Correa? I don't see him. Mario, are you back in? Hello, Mario. Mario?
Hello, I'm back in.
Okay, Mario, great. So let me introduce you. We have, and to everybody that is already on the call, people outside also, we have 2 reviewers from the school, Mario, Fernando Lara, and Daniel Kohler. Both are professors at the school. Fernando is from Brazil, and Daniel is from Germany, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Yes. So we have a very international panel because we have Mario from Mexico, Daniel from Germany, Fernando from Brazil, and we're going to have Felipe Correa that is joining anytime soon. Felipe is from Ecuador, and he's the chair of UVA, the School of Architecture of UVA. He was at Harvard for many years, and now he's at the the chair at UVA. So we are very excited to have all of you, and they have seen the presentations. Mario already knows very much about the site, and we're going to probably, let me see, we're going to give 1 more minute, see if Felipe joins, and otherwise Maitri is going to give the presentation. Just very quickly to give a sense to Fernando and Daniel, we have a combination of undergraduate students, graduate students, and urban design students. The studio was very flexible about allowing students to focus in aspects of the project that they would be particularly interested in. And some students decided to stay at the urban scale, but some of the students decided that they want to get into the design of the buildings. And so you're going to see a little bit of that. So there will be a presentation about the urban strategy for this particular team. So there were 3 teams working together and developing the master plan together and developing a specific components of the master plan. So we're going to see team number 2, and we're going to get started. And in the meantime, I'm going to kind of contact Felipe Correa on the side just to make sure that he's not having difficulties connecting like Mario had before. So Maitri, you want to get started? We can get started, and I'll kind of while you present, I'll contact Felipe to make sure that he's not having any problem.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Maitreyi, and my other team members are Lucas, Martin, Max, and Jorge. And our project is called the Social Permaculture. Just to explain how the presentation is going to go, so we have a manifesto, which we all 5 of us developed as a team. And then I particularly focused on implementing of the manifesto at a master plan scale. And the other 4 team members have done it at building at an intervention scale. But all the 5 projects kind of stem from a manifesto which all of us have designed together, which I would be presenting first. So this is the selected site that we're talking about, which is the Pemex factory. And even though if you're in the aerial view, you can see the silos, when you actually go on site at a ground level, you basically are blocked and you can just see the trucks coming in and out to take the petroleum. On the site, we realized that there was a bigger natural boundary that was created by the highway network and the road system which was around it, which kind of circulated the site, and which led us to study the areas around the site to figure how to speak about these adjacencies. So the site has a cemetery which is right below it, and the park that Mario Shednan has designed on top of it. There are some mixed-use housing and industrial fabric around it, with some being purely residential and some being purely industrial. The pictures speak of them. So this is the kind of fabric that the industrial sites on the precinct have. And in right, you can see the location. And at the same time, very close to these are the housing. And there's like a very stark difference between how the streets look here, how the streets look here, even though they are very in pure proximity. And then we have this kind of streets that have this interesting informality that comes into picture, which kind of blurs the fabric between this, and you get these common streets in the middle. So this led us to understanding if we want to intervene in such a dense and intricate site, we need to set ourselves a manifesto and a tool, the master plan. So in red above are the strategies that we used, and in green in the y-axis are the kind of interactions and results that we wanted from the master plan. And so we kind of realized how we could combine the strategies and the intentions to get a mixture of typologies and projects. And where more than 2 or 3 components combine, we have our density of the high rise coming in. So this is more like an index to the whole strategy. And I would explain each one of them very briefly, and then would speak about the master plan. So the first strategy that we want to use in our urban design toolkit is the transects and the transitional spaces. So what exactly a transect, whenever all of us speak about the word transect in this presentation, we talk about a unit, which is the neighbor, the street, and the neighbor, because we're trying to acknowledge that the adjacencies of the neighbor have an effect on the street. And if the street is 250 meters, then there's a kind of neighborhood that you get. But if it extends on a point, it becomes almost imperative to intervene at the street level to propose some transitional spaces that help to de-zone the area through streets. Otherwise, you get these streets that respond to only one kind of zone. So we started making these argument drawings where we kind of superimposed extremely hyper adjacencies on site to see if they have the capacity to respond and what could be the interesting ways streets could be created. And for that, first we tried to analyze some streets on the precinct itself. So here is a set of street sections that are, which is what the existing condition is. And we identified what's the street and what's the neighbor and what's the effect on each, which we've seen in the pictures shown above. And that led to kind of this diagram, which was basically when two types of transects meet, we get something called as a junction. And that junction has the responsibility to blur the fabric from, or the transect from one to each. And this is where we have pivotally located our high rises, which are epitome of these transitional spaces and transects. The third strategy that we used was urbanization of agriculture. So currently, Mexico City does not have any much identified urban farming, and that's because and whatever is happening at a horticulture and more more aesthetic scale, because there aren't any infrastructural systems related to them. And we read reports more than a lot of people have written to the government saying that we want land for farming and things like that. So we kind of identified some industries on site which are currently landscapes of production, and even though that production is regarding to the industry, it's still a landscape of production. And then we thought we could convert this kind of landscape of production to a new form, which is the concept of commercial, personal, and community-driven farming, because these industries have large footprints that can be used eventually to create a lot of productive landscape on site. So here are some argument drawings where we're trying to experiment what would be this verticality and what is the relationship of verticality and farming. And then we did like a set of calculations to understand what could be this potential of one crop on farm and how many crops we can have and how many people it can sustain and topics like that. Here are some images from the park Mario Shadnan has designed, which kind of gave us good precedences of how the silo of the industry can be used to make an orchard farm and things like that. Our main toolkit of the master plan is the definition of verticality and density. So whenever we talk about vertical projects, either the projects have a physical vertical city, either the projects have a physical connections of the street, or they basically are talking about vertical housing and vertical commercial projects. But we never really, when we talk about the city, which is basically a networks of connections and fabrics and systems, it's truly not a vertical city if only privileged housing and commercial are going in the high rise. And that made us question that what else in the studio we can experiment with verticality. So here we are looking at 5 functions, 4 of them conventional don't go vertical, but it's our attempt to kind of do that. Is the density of the dead, the density of the food, density of education, density of recreation, and density of living, where we kind of want to say that when we calculate densities on site, we cannot just look at the density of living because there are too many people who come to work there, to come to recreate. There's all the product itself. So when we talk about density, we talk about all these 5 densities. Our 6th toolkit is the readaptation of the industrial fabric, where we've done it in 2 strategies, the silo, which is on the site, and the industries around. So here are on the right some of the that we've identified. And there are 4 strategies to readapt them. One is more of a geometrical influence to get the architecture and the reminiscence of the actual fabric. Second is to kind of make it a part of the ground plane of some of our high rises. Third is to revitalize and readapt it as water storage, which we'll speak in detail later. And next would be to make a set of public spaces around that fabric. The second way to readapt is through industrial readaptation, where we're looking at these industries converting to farms, where the lower floors would be phytoremediated. And because that area would be occupied, the verticality in farming would allow us to farm above these phytoremediation spaces. So the master plan kind of looks at all functions in verticality, where we have proposed high rises for each type: food, dead, education, recreation, and residential. And I'm going to very quickly take you through all the toolkits that we spoke about and how we have tried to implement it at a master plan level. So the first is the farms, the chunampas, and the market street. So here are some of the farms that I had earlier shown, which we have the industries which we have readapted. And there is this transact of the market, where the transitional function, the farm transact, where the transitional functions are food storage, chunampas exhibit, restaurants and food produce made by the agriculture and the local produce. And then we have two types of markets that we kind of manifested from this idea. One being readaptive use of the industrial fabric, and one being the ground plane of a high rise. So here is an example of how this market street proposes a ground plane for the high rise, where this is the high rise and the market kind of fits in it and helps us blur the high rise and mediate it on site. And this is currently an industrial fabric space, one of the that we've identified. And this is how the market street kind of readapts the industry to act as a market. The second transact and the system of spaces is we looked at the cemetery. Here I'm talking about the density of the dead. We added some of the cemetery on site in a couple of ways. One, we have two dead rises, one that talks about actual vertical cemetery, and one which is one of my peers' project, which is the dead rise of the infinite storage, which he would speak in detail in his presentation. The cemetery then gets continued over the site in smaller ways to kind of open this cemetery, which is right now currently an extremely privatized space. Mexico and most of the countries in the world are having an issue with the cemetery, where most of them are in waiting areas. So we thought verticality, we could use the verticality here in this to create these dead rises and look at different forms of storage. And in addition to that, we have the transitional spaces of the pavilion, the reflection pond, the funeral homes, and projects like that. So here, the above is the existing typology, which is more like this cemetery street, which is like the privatized cemetery. And we kind of extended it on site by adding some of our transitional spaces to make it more public to the area. And here are like some of the sections of how the readapted fabric helps the cemetery blur with the park that is on top of the site. And here is one way how this cemetery could be opened up. And the second way here, so this is one. And the second is this, where the cemetery is kind of part of a ground plane high rise, where you get this fabric which blurs and helps us mediate the high rise. So currently, this is how the typical typology of cemetery is, and we kind of imagine it this way and way in our master plan toolkit. The third is the location train transact, which is basically between the site and where the park above is. And currently, this is how the train transact looks, which has a defunct train track, and it has a lot of informal settlements. And these are the two walls, one wall of the park and one wall of the site. And we kind of use this to make our train transact, which currently this is the, so in our design, this is the park and this is the space, where we're setting up a space for informal shops to pop up, where this could be taking care of the eatery and the recreation functions of the park. And we use the train tracks as for movable furniture and converted the walls also to become a part of the furniture. So it basically acts as now a public space between the site and the park, instead of acting as a barrier, which it currently does. So here are some of the transacts that we've identified, how to set the master plan first with defining the commons, which is our main strategy, is to zone the commons and not to zone the public. So we identified the current fabric, the added fabric, understood how to kind of combine these logics of the transact that help you move from one space to another. And then the transitional spaces identified in light red are the ones that help you move from one zone to another and kind of almost de-zones the whole project, because there's no necessary space dedicated for one, but it's more like a transition. And this is how they kind of look distributed within the precinct. Some of them are within the limited site. Some of them go much beyond, because we thought it was imperative of us to intervene something at a larger scale. Currently, the park acts almost like as the way Central Park acts for New York, and we didn't want to compete with that large scale of greens. So the other greens that we've proposed on site definitely are the lower floors of the farms, phytoremediated. But in addition to that, plazas and other green spaces that act as infill to kind of release the density and the fabric around it. This park being the main, and the train transact helping us blow between both of them. And this is how kind of the greens on site look. In black are the high rises which come at the junctions where the transitional spaces are, and they kind of are complementary to those spaces. And the mid-rise and the low-rise here acts more as an infill, because the definition of high-rise is not necessarily a particular height, but more like something that's relative. It was important for us to establish that relative within the site also. So that like a fabric of mid-rise, low-rise, and high-rise combined together, all positioned with respect to these transition spaces, and they act in cohesion. So it kind of looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the ways and results of this master plan toolkit, which kind of lets us have spaces that come together, defined by the transitional spaces which the master plan wants to establish, and then has a mixed fabric of scales and identities to allow chance interactions on site to happen instead of having defined of things. And this is another one. And this is kind of a summary of how the master plan toolkit has been helped to manifest the master plan itself. So that's kind of on the master plan. Each individual, each individual project kind of has taken these ideologies and responded to the ground plane. And the four of my peers have designed 4 of these high rises on site. So we were wondering if you have some comment on the master plan, and then we could start detailing the individual projects.
Leave it up on the site XO.
Sorry, Major, can you leave the site, the plan, the main plan? I think could be very helpful. The floor plan. And also I wanted to introduce Felipe Correa has joined the review a while ago, so he has heard most of the presentation. Felipe is the author of a book that was used a lot in the studio between Mexico City, between geometry and geography. And he's the chair of the UVA architecture. So Mario Shednan, Felipe is also part of the review, and also 2 professors from the school, Daniel Kohler and Fernando Lara, are also part of the panel. So you know.
Very good. Happy to be here.
Hola, Felipe. How are you?
Mario, good to see you.
Good to hear from you.
I just want to summarize one thing, that the idea of the master plan is to figure a way to intervene in a fabric without dismantling and displacing the fabric completely, trying to provide a system of commons first that would lead to the development that we hope comes more from the community and the organicness of it. The idea is that the high rise kind of gets the densities in place, and the low rise and the mid rise kind of act as infill. When we look at verticality, our team questioned the notion of verticality to not just commercial and residential, but looked at the spaces of dead, education, food, recreation, and other kind of space typologies. One thing I forgot to mention is that we have one of the high rises is the education high rise, which is kind of an institute that takes care of this new farming typology that we're kind of proposing on site. So it kind of acts as a national institute to farming, if say so, which is linked with some of the schools around the area to act in cohesive as an education complex. So that's that.
Yes.
And we will be seeing, just to give you a context to the reviewer, we'll be seeing 4 interventions specifically within the master plan. One is in an existing industrial building with a high rise. Another one is in the cemetery, and another one the educational tower, and then the one next to it that they're working together, that is the tallest building in the complex. All those we will see in more detail, but the idea is that you can comment on the master plan, and then the conversation can keep going as we look at the specific projects that will be presented individually.
Okay, so we have a few minutes to discuss the master plan right now.
Yes, exactly. Yes, let's do that.
Okay, I want to comment on the theoretical and intellectual analysis and the process, particularly on the conception of the street. I think it's very, very good and very pertinent, and it gave you a lot of ideas on how to treat these different streets. So it's a wonderful way to start this project. The next thing I would like to comment is that I like very much. I think it's a very interesting, really mixed-use master plan in terms of its open space, green open spaces of productivity, and the alternation with different uses, including relation to expanding the cemetery, as well as the food processes and the silo conditions, and also the pre-existing factories. What I would just comment is that both master plans had an enormous respect for the park, and I would have loved to see more of the integration of the park to the urban conditions that you are doing around it. You took too much respect, or just to get down of all the walls around the park, and to connect the park more to the urban fabric. So just those are my comments.
I think when we went on site, we realized the potential of the park because it's so well designed, and the fabric that it sits in, fabric deserves such kind of park. And I think one of the reasons why we chose to intervene at a site scale more is to kind of get these systems to work in cohesion with each other, of having like a development that does not speak to each other.
Yes, I love the way you interacted, and you alternated the different conditions, and you started with the street conditions, even opening up the cemetery, which is of course a very difficult thing to do, but it's particularly in Mexico. But essentially, otherwise, it's a huge area that's also kind of a black, a black area in the city, because it's so huge and so disconnected to the rest of the city.
Yeah.
So again, I would like to hear from more comments from our colleagues.
Let me start. I was very happy to watch the video of the students earlier today, and I've known Juan for 10 years now, a little more, and I really like his proposal, his hypothesis that we should question density. I've learned from Juan that we should not take the Eurocentric given that density is good, low density is bad, that it's something that we should question and interrogate further. Now, that said, the site is extremely dense. The conditions are extremely dense, and verticality is almost like a counter argument for Juan's idea that we should be open to different densities. So I think it's a very challenging studio. I think the complexity of the problem is really positive as a pedagogical exercise. I see that in the master plan that is in front of us now on the screen. My question is to ask you to elaborate on layering. I think there's a tremendous opportunity when you talk about this amalgamation of programs into a very dense site in the middle of a very important metropolis. and you propose verticality and you propose to engage density with the idea that you can layer programs as you have different heights. And you went a little bit fast. I mean, it was very hard to see the problem of not having the drawings in front of us, but I could not identify many instances where different programs were layered on top of each other. And I want to ask you guys to elaborate that.
Okay, I usually get comment that I too much and too slow, so I was like on a timer. Sorry about that. Okay, so the idea of the hierarchies and most of the bricks is that they kind of respond to the diagram earlier, which are like junctions of various functions. So for example, if we look at this market right here, we the master plan allowed us to have two types of market, one which was here and one which is here. And this kind of is the ground plane of the high rise, where the high rise kind of comes on the floor and on the ground in form of the market, irrespective of the challenges above. And one of our peers have kind of worked on this high rise, which would show the layering throughout the project, where we're looking at verticality not being only for the elite, but people could access these common programs all throughout. Having said that, the idea of the ground plane here, or let's say here, is that the high rise could act as its own to release the density, but when it sits on
the drawing, that's the drawing that I think you can use to respond to my question about layering, because several of the others seemed to me a bit conventional in the sense that public programs are on the ground floor, and then okay, it's the way city works, but could it work differently? What are the alternatives here? I think that's the P drawing for you. That's the one that you want to.
So this is one of the peers project, and after the master plan, each of the other team members would be explaining the manifestation of this idea in their high rise. So I think it would be better if they address it instead of me speaking for them, because they have kind of worked completely on that.
But my Trey, can we take a step back for a second? Can you go to the general master plan? Similar to what Mario was saying, I got to the presentation a little bit late, but it was very clear to sort of to understand what you were doing. So I think the narrative is very eloquent. But I would want to pose maybe a couple of questions about the motivation of the master plan that I think can then sort of instigate a larger discussion also with the individual projects.
Sure.
For me, one of the most one of the greatest advantages of a site like this is that you can actually take what I call a large urban landscape that has been completely disconnected from the rest of the city, right? It's been in private hands, it's actually been walled, and suddenly it can become an epicenter for a new centrality. And in doing that, it can significantly rethink its boundaries and its relationships, not just to its immediate context. I think the relationship to the park, as Mario mentioned, is extremely important, but also as a new metropolitan pole of development. So the first question that I would have for all of you is maybe less what is the master plan doing, and what is the larger urban vision of what this fragment of the city should be. And you've addressed this. You've said, of course, that there's an interesting relationship between sort of urban agriculture, right, and forms of vertical farming, and I would assume sort of other urban uses, and so on. So I think a part of the discussion could revolve about how this master plan is reworking or reinscribing the site in relationship to the city. And in that sense, for example, I think that the western edge could have been a little bit more ambitious in the way that it actually engages the avenue rather than the secondary street. I think that the way that you actually cut through the cemetery, I agree with Mario, it could be an interesting way of opening up the site. Very difficult to do because transferring ownership rights of cemeteries is borderline impossible anywhere in the world. But I do think an important question to think about is how does this sort of master plan from the site itself begin to sort of elbow fight the city to establish new relationships. The second premise that I would actually make and challenge maybe some of your assumptions, or maybe agree with some of them, is that Mexico City as a city is not an extremely dense city on average. That actually the vast majority of Mexico City is 1, 2, 3 stories with a lot of sort of hollow fabric, right? Fabric that has sort of backyards, that the density of the city is not uniform. In that actually, and in general sort of on the lower side, in the larger question, I think here would be, how do we actually begin to distinguish between higher density and verticality? Because verticality doesn't automatically mean that it's dense. It just means it's tall.
True. I'm not sure if it's going to help, but I just want to take back to the master plan toolkit slide to kind of explain some of the ideas. And okay, so I think the first thing that we thought was important, which would help us, is to establish some rules that would be helping us to intervene at the site. So the as you rightly said, verticality and density are not completely related, which is why I think we wanted to focus on densities of various things instead of only the people who are living there. Because unfortunately what happens is when we talk about densities, we only talk about the people who own plot at that exact point in mid-rise, low-rise and high-rise. But there are so many people who come and go on site, which are actually the ones who create the density. So, and if Martin wants to speak here about the density, in case he wants to join me, that'd be great. But so we kind of, wanted to see what would be here density. In a way, the city starts looking at even the systems as density, where we talk about the education, the kind of research that's produced, the people who come there, the products that we want from them. In terms of food, the consumption, the production, the work, the sale, everything actually contributes to this density. So when we're talking about it, and hence we were very interested in looking at verticality for one of the most non-conventional programs to go vertical, because we were interested specifically in the density of the dead. And each of the individual projects kind of have a very different take on these, which I think acts as a city level intervention, where you kind of critique the current real estate driven high-rise typology, where the necessity of the high-rise is to provide views, where the necessity of the high-rise is to kind of provide a certain scale of real estate, which is undeniable, which I don't think the practicality and the need of it is, we're not questioning that, but we're saying that with that,
also incorporated in our project.
Yeah, and I think Maitre, I think it would be good now if the reviewers agree. I mean, just to make sure that we have enough time for the conversation can keep going as we look at the projects in more detail, and I think that we can go back to comments about the master plan as we look into the projects. Who was presenting after Maitre?
I think Martin.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and start, Felipe? You don't mind? I think that she answered a little bit that comment, but I think that if we can get into the other,
I think that's clear, and I think for me the questions were more provocations that I think will also get sort of tested with the presentations with a specific project. So I'm happy to move on.
Let's go to the specific projects. Martin, why don't you start sharing the screen? And we'll look at four buildings that, in a way, encapsulate some of the ideas about the master plan in a specific intervention. So,
and the manifesto.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, but we don't see your screen.
Yeah, we hear you.
Do you see the screen that I'm sharing or no?
We see a blank piece of paper.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. That's what you should be seeing.
Okay, good.
So yeah, to stem from that conversation of density, before we went to Mexico, we were trying to get a number of maybe how many people were trying to live here and maybe how many people could be buried in this expansion of the cemetery. But we found very quickly that they were all sort of ballparks, and we became more interested in the reflection of applying the master plan and seeing what density comes out of those conditions that we've created, rather than trying to strive for a statistic or a number. One of the ideas that I latched onto really early was that we have two flanking cemeteries, and how do we approach density from that standpoint? Cemeteries are typically a horizontal condition, and what would that look like in terms of architecture and its relation to the master plan by going vertical with the cemetery? I started to look into different laws, though. I guess there's that trope that architects are typically only governed by gravity and the rest is choice. But I started to look into computer science laws and science fiction laws and see maybe a utopian vision or maybe a more fictionalized version of a cemetery would look like. And it's based on the theoretical adaptation of three laws, primarily this one that's called Kreider's law, which anticipates that data storage will increase exponentially in the future. And what you get out of that is a cemetery, which is not a place for physical remains to be buried, but digital remains to be stored. So it's based on the theory that we will be able to download the human brain eventually in zeros and ones. We will need a place to store that info, and technology will need some time to catch up with being able to interact with that information. So the cemetery then becomes less of a resting place for an actual person, but rather their artificial intelligence, which we may be able to interact with at a later date once technology catches up with it. So the architecture that comes out of that is threefold. The site is located at a sort of an empty lot. There wasn't really any tank silos here for the Pemex facility. And rather than just covering this with graves, I located a building for this basically data center to free up this space for contemplation, and it's essentially a park. So there's a building located in the northwest corner of the site, which is at the intersection of two canals, and it's intersecting or it's tangential to the existing Panteón Español, which is a very large cemetery, and the new master plan, which is sort of the presentation that we just gave. There's also a retention pond or a lagoon sort of here for water overflow. But by locating remains digitally or physically in a tower, that allows us to free up space. And that space is defined by a perimeter wall, which comes out of a logic of the structure of the building. And you can permeate this boundary at various points. But the wall serves to act as sort of a tunnel covered with greenery, which defines interior buildings, which would be follies, which are maybe not defined just by me as an architect, by other architects in Mexico. That could maybe link into this perimeter wall that I've defined, or they could be freestanding, but these are anticipated to be developed by other architects inside this courtyard in this larger cemetery park that I've established, which would develop over time. So just to talk about the building, this is the main focus, or the thing that I focused on. It's essentially a data center, which is also, I guess, a monument as well. So in section, you have a ground plane, which can be slipped under. It's essentially a composition of three shells. An outer shell, which is a steel super frame, and on that are clay tiles, which are sort of reminiscent of screens in Mexico, and also the fabric of the graveyard, which is a collection of many different graves. There's a tapered core, which is a concrete core, which tapers to a centralized concrete core as well. which is where the actual data is stored. So this is the ground floor. This is a canal. This is a canal. So they meet right here at a bridge. This is the beginning of the park. And under it, you're supposed to feel like you're slipping into a tomb, essentially. And when you start to go up the building, you can see that the core starts to taper in here. And the interior is basically just I guess, a digital columbarium that would house the artificial intelligence of deceased persons. And then at the top, you actually have these server offices, which would be used to access the data or maintain the data. So just to show you, again, there's a ground floor which sort of gets slipped under the stacks of the servers to house the dead. And then a top floor which has a sort of an oculus which responds to a canopy at the bottom as well for people that actually work. And then this is what it looks like one more time. And I just want to show a quick animation of it, because the last thing I'll say is that the building sort of acts as a register of time as well, with the sunlight changing over time, because you know, there wouldn't be a ton of high rises around it, so this would be a very prominent building. And I suppose that's all I have to say. If you would like to respond or ask any questions.
Yep. Thanks for your project, Martin. Maybe I'm following directly up because maybe I have a nice transition more from an urban perspective from the master plan. So when we were from the master plan, we were very much discussing verticality, which I think is also the key, I think, to that project. Fernando was before mentioning that different ideas of verticality when you look to different territories. I think that yours is now taking on a very more European traditional idea of verticality as a signifier, or like the same as it would be a tower, or like not the tower as a sign for corporate today or whatever comes. Which were also like, of course, there are different ideas of verticality. When you look to Northern Europe and Northern America, you have the idea of stacked grounds, or the multiplicity of properties, which somehow you had inherent also in the master plan in other drawings. And also another idea, I think, which you didn't touch yet, but maybe like is inherent, is like the idea of a vertical city. When you had like a look to the historical drawings of a vertical city, so that's also in a way the stacking of programs as a critique on the functional zoning or city. So which leads to the idea of heterogeneity in height, or that you see verticality not as a mass, not as a something which rises up, but in a way like as a measure for heterogeneity. So in urban design, also there's a way when you talk about a vertical city that you signify, or like that you say something is vertical if it in a way integrates or has more difference in kind. When I'm now like the question like more for your project now in this context is, when you think about a graveyard, then usually like every gravestone is different. Also because like a graveyard is a place not only where bodies are stored, but in a way where family members or friends are coming to grieve and to remember the stories and the lives of those which are buried. So usually like a graveyard is like, is also a place for the people in a way who wants to mourn. So when your building is a sign in the first way in the urban sense, so how that in a way would express such like more like a urban or more like collective kind of idea of a grave, but also like in the kind of differentiation. I saw that in a section you differentiate slightly the plan of your building, no? How that also small scale architecturally now your kind of plan would also allow like for communication of that people can visit that place.
Martin, why don't you put like a site plan or something, you know, so we can change the images that we see.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, if I can pick up on a couple of comments that Martin it was mentioning. Maybe the question that I would have in regards to this project. Look, I think the idea of thinking what is the future of server spaces in cities, I think is an interesting one. I think we've seen, for example, the relationship of how sort of these infrastructures are connected to certain industries and how their connection to certain industries then begin to develop a very specific real estate market for them, right? So for example, server space in a city like Manhattan is at a prime price because of the proximity that you need it to be to Wall Street, right? Because people sort of, if they don't have speed, they lose millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, right? So I think for me, the question that I would have in regards to this project is, one, how do you reconcile the need of this new space in a city like Mexico City with its location and with the premise of the studio, which is verticality? So the first question that I would have is, why is it so important for server spaces to be vertical? Right? One answer could possibly be, well, because if we actually store server spaces vertically, we have the possibility to free the ground for other uses. So one thing that I would have wanted to see maybe a little bit more in your project, and I'm saying this in the context of an ideal world with an infinite number of studio days, right? I'm not sort of saying that that it's missing. But I would want to see, for example, what would be the trade-offs of really creating sort of infrastructural towers where not just server spaces, but large amounts of things you need in cities that sort of, because of many reasons, a little bit less in Mexico City, but also for sort of a sea level rise, et cetera, in other contexts, need to actually be protected and raised. And what does that allow you to do with the ground? But I think for me, what I find a little bit sort of confusing here about the project is the alibi for the server space. And two, what do I gain once I've sort of verticalized this infrastructure?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the main idea was to free that ground space for what a cemetery would typically be, is like a park with a bunch of things in it. And that ground space is now sort of opened up to just be a park with a few follies in it that would be responded to by other architects.
But you already have a beautiful park next to it. Yes. No, I would, if you have finished with answering to Architect Correa, I would like to also, I think there are three things here which are very important in relation to the studio. Verticality doesn't mean, again, density. Then you would, then the next thing is symbolism. You know, what would this tower represent in terms of symbolism of the new district of the city, you know, being a kind of the vertical dead tower, you know, what kind of symbolism it would represent to the city as a whole, and to the neighbors and to the people who are living, or the residents of this new part of the city. And the third thing is representation, you know, how to, if you then go this way to create the tower of the dead, let's say, even if it's virtual, how it should be represented. First, you have created a nice wall, let's say, around, could be the terms of the density. If you would have then created this wall as a wall of niches in order to have density for the new dead or the open up space for a park, then the park has to be a very special park in terms of a park to the dead. And of course, there's the poetics of the afterworld, and the poetics of creating this new wonderful kind of magical park. Then maybe the tower would become at some point the crypts, or it shouldn't be 25 or 50 stories that you have put it there just to be like a tower of symbolism, like so many, let's say, pieces of Barraganses that were not built in terms of columbarium, really columbariums, which are only, 25 stories, like the Torres de Satélite or something like that. Kind of it at some moment, at some part, being this, I know it's not the tallest building in the whole new district, but it's the second tallest one. So I would argue that representation of this, the symbolism of this tower is to the dead and not to the living. So just a few comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I would like to do, I'm trying to kind of make sure that we don't run out of time, but I think that I hope that we have time to go back to the master plan as we go through the different projects. So yes. Martin participated with, I don't know if Fernando, I don't know if you have any comment about this before we move, because Martin worked on another project with Lucas, and I think that it would be good to get to that.
It's okay to move on and see the next ones, and then we can come back.
Yes.
Okay.
We can them all together. Thank you.
I just want to mention one thing as you see the next few projects, that they all are very different from each other in terms of the ideologies and form, which was kind of the agenda of the team, to not create this homogeneity in the verticalness of the whole master plan, and almost like create this competition scenario where there's a fundamental procedure laid of the master plan, and then individual architects respond to that ideology in their own ways.
Lucas, are you sharing your screen? Yeah, that's a good point. It's inherent to the master plan. Lucas, are you? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sharing. So I'm going to go through this quite quickly, so Martin and I can speak about the tower project that we collaborated on. So basically, what I was interested in is this idea of adaptive reuse and the readaptation of industrial buildings in Mexico and in other places. And before I had even gone, I was reading a lot of Lacaton and Vistal. So this is a quote that I started with. It was never demolish, always add, transform, and reprogram. And especially in a city, the result is a continuous transformation defined by perpetually changing and personal interests of its owners, users, and the society as a whole. And I thought, if in the case of Mexico City, that was extremely pertinent because of the richness that you get from these layers in building over. And I mean, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, it's this richness of historical relevance and the really what really makes this city. So here on the left is Temple Mayor, on top, which the Spanish literally built on top of, and then you have the Plaza de las Tres Culturas, which is the three different cultures all in one. And then you have the Benjamin Romano Tower, where it literally cradles another old building. And then you have this new Alberto Calach, which is an old industrial building, a wood mill where he turned it into a gallery. So I was interested in this industrial fabric and what it could kind of do at a different density. It wasn't really the height that I was interested in. It was how this could relate to the ground plane. So here I have highlighted, this is the master plan here, and then this is actually offset, which is, it's off the site, but it relates to this neighborhood that we went to visit that was really rich too. So this building here, this is what the street looked like, and it was this kind of dilapidated industrial building, but that wasn't being used anymore. So I was thinking, you know, okay, so what can we do in place of this? And this project here is what me and Martin have been working on, a tower, which is a residential tower, experimenting with different ways of communication and collaboration, which we'll get into. But this here is how we can use the ground plane and how it can interact with the site and the master plan at large. So basically what I thought was each one could be like a transect, similar to our idea that there are these bars that become very permeable. And first you have this kind of housing unit at the top where it's double story and it's stacked, and you get you take the roof off, and it would be a polycarb roof on top of that, and lets in a lot of light. And the next one is kind of this transitional space. That's a big open plaza like Mexico that actually the tall residential building shares with this smaller residential area. And then you come through this forested area that is used also. You have the entrance here to the courtyard. Then you have recreational facilities for the tenants in the building, as well as for the public outside in the community. You have pools that could be drained, and this is all farming, urban farming, that could be used in these warehouses as well. So they could be drained and used for, during the dry season, used as aquaponic gardens in here, and then these turn into skate bowls or something like that. And then you have, you continue through and you have markets that's double tiered, that wraps around. There's a clear story here, looks into the park, or looks into the pool. And then this would then be commercial. And then this is an area for respite. So this would be a spiritual spot where these are all different blocks, concrete blocks that you could go in and remove yourself from the city and just kind of think about, you know, what's going on. So, and then parking, of course. So as we move down, I can just go through, this is the housing. I just want to go through this quickly. Here you move through here. This is that space I was talking about. These are, I kind of wanted to explore the idea of this very, these concrete blocks that are positioned in a way that seem randomized, but it allows for a flexibility even though they can't move. So in plan, it's kind of, you know, you get this bar that you can kind of permeate through, and then this is the tower that we'll talk about in detail. So this is just moving through quickly. And then here's what it looks like in terms of the fabric around it. And this is kind of the block room that I was telling you about to give you an idea of what I was thinking. And then this is the final elevation of what I imagine it being like. So I really want to discuss the next project because I think it's fascinating. So maybe we can move on to that, or if you guys want to have a few comments on this.
Well, but what about the floor plans of the tower and all that? You're not going to show that?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Well, Martin has that on his screen. I'm just wondering if it's better to go into that tower and how it relates to the ground plane. Yeah. And then we can discuss both projects. I'm worried about that.
So you need to show the rest of the tower and comment the tower and these at the same time.
Yeah, we can present the tower now. So I'll show this screen here.
Especially because you have this interesting way of collaborating that I think everybody should hear about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
You don't necessarily have to pay attention to all the details of the video, but we left for Mexico and we're visiting it with one sort of time constraint, and we came back to a totally different world where we can't work in studio, we can't see each other in person, we can't work in model. And so we tried to collaborate one-on-one, Lucas and I, and try to figure out how we don't lose the energy of the studio in this quarantine situation. So what we tried to do is use the language of the architectural plan and bring in theories of Mexico, the last place that we were before our quarantine, and see what sort of architecture came out of that, rather than trying to design maybe in the sense of an object or from elevation and exterior exterior drawings or massings. We focused solely on collaborating in the way that you're seeing right now, by
So
annotating
it
over
was solely digital collaboration like this, and we were trying to explore ways in which, you know, being socially isolated, we could communicate through a very architectural tool, which is the plan.
So what that leads to is a base geometry that we created that sort of came out of the project that Lucas just presented as well, in terms of where it sits, how it sits in the site. And then we applied theories that we thought very interesting in Mexico, and particularly related to our visit in Mexico City. This is the ground plan, which is based on imposed conditions.
But when we returned from Mexico, we had made that list, and these were the things that we wanted to address architecturally. So this is how we started with this list.
Yeah, and this was the project that Lucas just showed. This is where it interacts with it. And then the project developed from there into ideas of, for instance, this urban undense fabric. How could we translate that into a skyscraper? This is the resultant plan from it based on that original base geometry. And these all stem from that collaborative process where, for instance, Lucas would develop this, and then I would respond to that with these duplex units. And then he saw that I was actually doing multi-story. And so he responded to that with these multi-units here. And then we have a response in somewhat to the master plan, or the idea that another idea that we saw in Mexico, which is these greenhouse corridors that are being imposed on this plan as well.
It was a way for us to have a conversation and to kind of keep our sanity during this time where, you know, we could collaborate and we could discuss these ideas that were so exciting about Mexico City architecturally in this way that was only in plan. And it was just a fascinating way for us to work together.
Very interesting, yes.
Yeah, and it became more about us sort of checking in on each other and using architecture as a means to still use the idea of studio, which is a skyscraper, which in one way is just a stacked plans, but also to relate to Mexico and to talk to each other, make sure we're staying healthy, and still looking at how we're working as architects or future architects.
And we could get a lot of ideas out quickly, which in studio sometimes it's, you know, you kind of just set on one, and this allowed us to really explore many different concepts, and whether they work or not, it was just, you know, just keep going with different ideas as much as we possibly could.
And all the photographs there are photographs you took during the trip, right?
Yeah, they're all film shots we took. So yeah, we have, I mean, we could talk about it for ages, but we'll wrap that up and maybe we can have a discussion about it. And so basically we created this framework that is very theoretical, in that maybe you could rent this out and you get certain areas, cooperatives start coming up, and you start claiming areas, buying areas, renting areas, and you get these spaces that adapt and change depending on the users. So maybe someone will buy a whole floor and rip down the walls and change it to a 1-studio apartment, or maybe, you know, a group of 20 people come in and they decide that they want to get it together and make, you know, 20 different apartments. So it was kind of that, and from that you get those interior conditions that create the exterior, and that's what really defines the building on the exterior. It's the existence of the people inside.
Mm-hmm.
I will jump in because I think this is an amazing project and such a contrast with the previous tower. I'm sorry about the previous tower. It had a component of, it looked quite generic to me, despite the conversation about the program. The conversation was about all about the program and about what that could mean. I think what we see in this project that I want to commend is it has an architectural basis. I don't know if you guys have seen the work of Francisco Mujica, who was a Mexican scholar, architect in the beginning of the 20th century. He wrote a book called The History of the Skyscraper in 1929. And he connected the skyscraper to the pre-Columbian civilizations of his land, of Mexico. It's an amazing book. It's an amazing vision for the 1920s. I think your project brought something of that to me. It's great that you guys invented a whole new design process remotely on the COVID times. But beyond that, which is remarkable, there's a sensibility to spaces and elements and architectural components here that I recognize. Maybe Mario can comment better, because I'm a foreigner, I'm a Brazilian that happens to love Mexico and Ciudad de Mexico. But there is a sensibility there that I think you guys captured really, really well.
Yes. Yes, I think, first of all, the idea of the recycling of different spaces, the possibilities of alternation of different uses in the abandoned factories or abandoned, I think these are the Pemex's offices and bodegas, I don't know how to say that, the warehouses. First of all, I love that kind of grain that establishes in the city the possibility to recycle the city really at the level of the street. And secondly, the contrasting volume of the building out of a single, let's say, core and columnar facade, which started to give you let's say a blank blank carpet or palette to design these wonderful differentiations of spaces. No? It truly is also the fact that you do it in collaboration in such difficult conditions that we are presently doing this. I mean, we are all adapting painfully to the conditions of learning how to review plans in my office and to comment, particularly here at this moment. We were talking before as to the difficulty of really understanding your plans and really giving you some kind of feedback which is thoughtful and you know, relevant. I really do really praise the verticality to the horizontality of the recycling of the factories and warehouses, and also the flexibility you have turned into this high-rise space. And that's precisely, I agree with our previous reviewer in relation to the former tower. This is an extraordinary, let's say, mecano, as if you would say, of different, very interesting spaces and uses and forms and the types of apartments and columnatas and loggias and so on.
Yeah, if I could add to that, first, I think one of the things that I find fascinating about these two projects is that in many ways you give us the two opposite ends, right? On the one hand, it's purely about taking the footprints that already exist and transforming them. You're not necessarily adding significant mass to the site, and you give us that scenario. And on the other hand, you give us the opposite, which is sort of extreme verticalization in one point. And I think that sort of that duality for me is provocative. I would like to commend you as well on the working methodology. And it's evident that you've established an interesting way to speed up a process, right, of how a plan actually gets produced. And this sort of exquisite corpse that you actually create, right? It's not necessarily about a project of synthesis, it's about a project of layering. And as a process to generate design, I find that to be quite useful. if I would have to criticize it a little bit, my argument would be, at what moment does judgment come into play, right? Because you actually speak about this list that you created based on your itinerary in Mexico City. And I wonder if the itinerary would have actually been sort of completely different. Would your tower be completely different, right? Is it, what makes it into that list? For me, is fine as an initial exercise. But I think at a certain moment, it would be useful for both of you to do sort of a post-occupancy study of the tower and really begin to be, with a slightly more critical eye, begin to understand which of the exercises that you've done in terms of producing plans work better than others, and for what purpose, right? And I think that that sort of process of editing for me would be an interesting next step to begin to counteract the creative process with a certain level of a self-evaluation.
Yeah, I would also like to congratulate you on this project. I think that the best drawing is really when you lay out all the plans next to it, that it looks like a little city in itself. I think it's very successful. So like really is it truly like a kind of like vertical city. Following up on the comment on Felipe, I think it's definitely like a great idea how you bring in the idea of collaborative design, and exactly like here, I think you could very much like project the project actually further, or speculate on how that would look like in future, like such collaboration. Now, like you drawing like the floor plan itself, like together, like exchanging lines and grids. I think of just like a common BIM environment where you already draw with walls and windows. So what's the step? You show like all your historical examples of what you bring in from your site visit and the inspiration of programs. So what happens when you directly with those kind of much more complex entities already begin to collaborate and bring them together? But also it leads then exactly to this critique and point that where do you stop this list? Where do you stop actually, where it's like actually enough kind of heterogeneity? No? Where is like the point where you say I have a complete program? But I think there's exactly, and also where food is collaborative, you reach like a kind of flexibility or like a much different discussion. Whereas about like also when I'm looking the building over time, and anyhow, I will always adapt. I will always change the function. I will change the shapes and so on. So how much heterogeneity can the building actually maintain? How it can integrate, and also informs more like in adaptability over time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. So I think that I know that we, for a second I thought that we were supposed to finish at 2, but it's really we really have until 2:30, right? So we still have time to look at 2 more projects, and I would like to go back to the master plan. So I want to have time to go back to the master plan after we have seen the different projects. So unless there is some other, guys. What is it?
No, I just said thank you.
Yeah. So if we do that, why don't we go to the next projects? There are 2 towers that are the central core of the development, and we can go back to the site and make any comments related to any of the different projects after you have seen all the details. So Max and Jorge, you want to share yours?
Yes, Jorge, why don't you go ahead and pull up that silo page?
Jorge, do you want me to do it?
I got it. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so just really quickly, one thing that was that we really took into play in our project was the notion of the silo placements and readapting. Sorry, could you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, my computer. Yeah, my computer is fading off. I'll stop sharing real quickly. I just wanted to show this image really quickly and show how we inverted the silos and how they really took play into the creation of our towers, because the placement of these silos represents our project. I'm gonna have to stop sharing.
Okay, we're going to present a little bit differently. We wanted to retain the pinup style that we're used to, and so we're going to present all of our drawings, and if you'd like us to focus in on any one of them, let us know. Here's all of our boards for the two towers, and I think the best place to start is this rendering here. Here's mine tower, here's Jorge's education tower, here's Martin's AI dead tower, and here was the tower we just looked at with the development. Here's our whole complex as viewed from the Bicentennial Park.
So one big concept of our project, we as a master planning team decided that our pinpoint of our mine and Max's towers was going to be a symbol of an iconic symbol of agriculture on our site. So we really took the notion of an iconic tower and that kind of fabric and really wanted to put a staple on this. And so when we created these, we really took in, you can zoom into the modularity diagram. So we were really interested in remediation and creating a modular structure. And so using this tower module, we then went vertical and made it a module rise, and then started adding mass to this module in order to create this tower. Once we added the mass, we then started subtracting mass, basing it off of sun and direction and the way the gardens would work. If you go one down, Max, to the center of that diagram where ground module. So to start on the ground plane, we created this module in order to remediate the site, since we are on the spot where Pemex was previously at, and a lot of that site has to be remediated. So we created this structure that could then be lifted off of the site in order to remediate that ground, and started thinking about different plugins on the ground level. And so there's an infrastructural module that can be applied to the ground level of cemetery, the market, and then combining cemetery, market, and farming. You can go down real quick, Max, so I can share the section of, actually before that, you can go to education.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
So this was one of the drawings we showed earlier that I worked on. This is dealing with the educational concept of our master plan. And again, we were dealing with a symbol of agriculture, something that really signified this. The image on the left shows a public zone and the private zone. And so on the right-hand side of the plan, you have the education and tower, and on the left, you have Max's residential tower. And so this diagram is just showing the different zoning of this tower, since it is very, very tall. It could fit a university in there, plus a lot of public program that is written in there. And so a lot of these big iconic towers are normally thought of as very private, and we discussed this a lot in this studio. So we really wanted to incorporate the public as well into this educational system. So there's also a Prepatec that deals with the technical institute, and a lot of public classes that can help with career development, public farming. So the creation of this tower, there's a lot of void in this infrastructure, and the idea of that is it's basically an inverted version of Max's tower, and this the voids are there, which you can later see in a plan, shows how the platform of the farm gets added to this void in the structure. So it's not just empty space; it's being utilized for farming and agricultural purposes, for research and in this facility. You can.
That can be seen here in our bridge connection and our ground floor plan. Here you can see how the two buildings start to relate to each other.
You can show the ground floor plan first, Max. You can't really see it though.
Is that good?
Yeah, I think it's good that you present both, and then we can hear comments about the two. They're so connected. So I don't know if that's what you were planning, but I think it's better explain yours because they
emphasis on the ground plane and its connection to the master plan and how we're layering the program between the two buildings, creating kind of a complex, a destination, which
And
again
it shows
goes back to Maitriya's point of the density is not just for the development and the people who live there full time, it's also for the people we're inviting to the space. We're thinking of it as a magnet, as an attraction, as a place to visit and be in for parts of the day that you would then leave. And further increasing the density during certain hours of the day.
And the center point really shows the ground of the market and how that is more public. To the south of this is the cemetery that's also designed, and we can show that in a little bit. But this program is meant to connect to the transect idea of the master plan. So that is the gradient of transition, and programs in there could include gift shops, cemetery, funeral services, along with restaurants once it starts getting closer to the market, and office flex study spaces for the university. You can show the quick site if it helps give an overview of how it looks from the top and the axon.
This is an axon of the site here, which shows the complex's relationship to the park and the cemetery, which both are driving factors in the program we've created on the ground floor.
And then
Jorge,
So,
about
the bridge connection was really important because these two towers were kind of acting as twin towers in a way. And so being able to find a connection that really symbolized that literal connection between transition of educational to residential, which is market on that side, but that's why that connection is there. It becomes more private as it goes up, and Max can talk about his tower next.
I think an important part of both of these projects and Martin's is that you notice the structure that holds up both of the towers is the exact same. We just chose to interpret the skin differently. And the module that Martin used on the perimeter of his funeral or the cemetery project is the same module here. So we're also trying to create a sort of structural dialogue for the complex as a whole, creating some cohesive understanding of all the different parts that are very spaced out. And here
Do you have the cemetery drawing that can help them view that ground plane?
I don't have that one here. But you can see the cemetery here. My tower is in association with Jorge's tower, but I chose to focus a little bit more on a typical residence and hotel type building. I created a model early in the studio, and here I've colored it with color pencil, and you can kind of see the purple is being treated as a market on the ground floor that's open to the public and connected by that bridge. So it invites people from the university over to the building where the market would be. And the market creates this public space that everybody in the city can either shop, buy, eat, or stay at for any certain amount of time. And then the blue vertical part is a hotel for traveling professors or students or.
I'm not sure if I see the colors that you're referring to. Which drawing are you looking at?
In the model that I'm showing on my video screen.
No, I can see. We can't see it.
I don't see it.
Oh.
No.
No.
What we see in the screen is the panel with all the drawings.
Oh, you don't see my video
sharing the screen and share again.
Yeah, I don't see it. I think that I don't know.
Oh well. Here. Stop share. Can you see me now?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, here. I've created this model, and the purple is the market, outdoor market for everyone. Blue is hotel, low-rise temporary hotel for traveling professors or 15 students going to study Mexico for a week. The red would be more for housing, but each each sheer level is a public plaza. Let me go back to sharing my screen. That relates to different parts of the site. The mid-rise public plaza is public to everyone. And what Jorge and I were discussing a lot while we were working on these projects is how private a lot of the tall towers in Mexico feel. So we wanted to create a space where tourists or people who wanted to could go up to 645 feet in the sky and have a view of the city. The rendering of that is here. And you have a view directly to the downtown area. You have a view of Martin's complex, and you have a view of the tower we looked at recently, as well as the education tower and the dialogue between the structure. And the plans are here. What these plazas try and do is they try and invite public interaction between the people who live in the tower. Because one thing towers do is they don't allow for a lot of public interaction. And something Tatiana Bilbao said in her studio to us really stick out to me. She said, skyscrapers don't really have, they don't have streets. Skyscrapers don't have places where you can interact with people like you can on the street, and therefore they're kind of hermetically sealed capsules, and they're not available to facilitating these interactions. So these plazas are a way for people on different levels of different floors to interact with people who might be there temporarily, people who might be there visiting, and they also act as places to exist in a dense city, areas of refuge here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see that we're inviting the agriculture up there symbolically with the trees and kind of creating that space for Here's the rendering from the ground plane, looking at the dialogue between the two buildings, and here's the view from the market looking up towards the structure. The connection between the two is very important because that's where we relate to the master plan. On the bottom floor is the cemetery that's subterranean. Jorge, do you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, there we go. Those two diagrams are the bottom one and the one on the right. We can talk about the bottom one first. This section is just it's showing how the water, the market, and the educational towers are then kind of coming into a collision in this agricultural center, which is really the symbol. So showing how market connects to the education and how trees are then adapted to these modules and infrastructure that is on the ground level. If you can go to the section on the top, the right, you zoom into the cemetery section. Yeah, it's just showing the ground plane again. The readaptation of that silo, which then becomes a water feature that holds the water. This cemetery is showing how it's applying Martin's, also it's kind of translating Martin's cemetery into the future of cemeteries in this area. So it's sunken at this level. And you can see that in the section. Again, farming and agriculture growing on these modules to really symbolize agriculture and education and residential coming to a collision at this transect.
Can you show the rendering of the four towers, and maybe we can let the reviewers start commenting? And that is actually based on a photograph, right?
Yes.
This is a picture that Jorge Z took. and in the park.
Yeah, this is for those that don't know the Parque Bicentenario. That's the lake, the industrial building that was left from the old refinery is the building that you see there on the right. Can you zoom in into that image?
I could open it if needed.
Yes, that looks, that's a beautiful image. Now, could we comment a little bit about this?
Yes. No, now it's open for comments, everybody. So we have the comments of this project, and then we have time to comment on the master plan in general. So go ahead.
Okay. I think that if you're, what I don't see here as opposed to the former presentation is that if you are talking about silos and so on, it would have been wonderful to reuse or utilize at some point some of the PEMEX tanks, because you are right in the PEMEX
we did.
let's say, in relation to those silos, no? Are those the silos?
This here is a repurposed silo right here in the middle.
There's diagrams that we can refer to in the master plan, and Maitri goes back to that, that show the readaptation of the silos. And that was.
I see you're calling these silos the tanks. Okay, I see. Okay, wonderful. That's a very good thing. Now, the next thing I wonder is, I'm not going to talk about the structure because somebody else can talk about that more. But in general, the condition of bringing the cemetery up to this to this university, let's say, I think the idea of programming really a university at the center of this new city next to the park is a very good idea, and I would go forward and really would have investigated it more, because Azcapotzalco district is very important from the point of view of education in Mexico City. It has some structures, some campuses of UNAM. It has the wonderful University of Metropolitana. It has the Polytechnic Institute right in Azcapotzalco. And it also has the Tech Milenio, which is a new university done by the Tec de Monterrey, which is oriented towards, let's say, technical in the cyber industry. You know? So I would have reinforced that condition of Azcapotzalco as a whole in terms of its orientation to a cluster of technical universities. And I think that not expanding the condition of cemetery into the tower at all, I think that would have been enough. What you have done with the cemetery as itself, opening up the cemetery, reconverting it into verticality and so on. Having said that, the conditions, the idea of incorporating markets and things like that are absolutely pertinent, and would have to intensify. I would even more intensify the condition of market in relation to ground floor producing agriculture, but not at the level of the sky gardens. I mean, you would have 10 oranges produced in those sky gardens. That's not agriculture. That's aesthetics. If we really would like to produce agriculture, then we will have to do it in a very intensified way at the ground level. So those are my comments in general. They are beautiful towers. They are magnificent icon symbols. in relation to the city, particularly in this part of the city. That's as you remember, there's the Pemex Tower nearby, and there's other high rises which are coming from the Polanco area. So these towers would add up to let's say iconic landmarks in the urban landscape.
Yeah, if I could add to that, and maybe take a little bit of a step back, because I admire the aspiration of the project and the experimentation, right? This idea of what can we actually stuff into a tower, and how do we actually enrich this section, right? And there's an entire history of towers doing this, from sort of earlier projects of MBRDB to the New York Downtown Athletic Club, and so on. But you mentioned something that caught my attention, right? You mentioned that Tatiana Bilbao had actually said that towers don't have streets. And it's true. It's a very clear and straightforward observation, but I think the larger question in relationship to this project, it would revolve, why is it that they don't have streets, right? And I think part of that has to do that the moment that you actually translate different forms of publicness in the vertical direction, that becomes very difficult to do, right? So the idea that you would argue that you could have public spaces, for example, in the 10th, 20th, 30th floor is not sort of that easily achievable. One, because towers actually have sort of generally require significant amounts of capital to be built. They're generally built under single ownership. I'm not against the programs that you're proposing, but those would have to be modulated into different forms of ownership that don't necessarily make them public, right?
Yes,
so
I would like to speak about that real quick.
Yeah.
I actually have information I forgot to mention. While only one of the plazas is public, there is also plazas on the top for wealthy residents who are going to be owning condos with large square footages that have preferential views to the Bicentennial Park in a way that we're sort of emulating 5th Street in New York, looking onto the park, providing a space for wealthy elites to kind of subsidize these public spaces that I know are costly. I was kind of looking at the Torre BBVA, the bank building, which has those public plazas with the spiral staircase as a model. Though it's not exactly a street, it kind of felt like it was connecting these 5 or 6 floors that were a part of it.
Right. But it's also not entirely public.
Yes, yes.
See?
So,
right.
so
But
our version is an attempt at trying to make it a little more public.
Right, but I think the questions that we need to ask is why do those things not happen, right? Or why have they not happened before, and how we should actually go about sort of creating new forms of publicness, right? And the difference, I think your example is excellent. Fifth Avenue, the difference between Fifth Avenue and this project is that nobody, unless they're breaking the law, can be removed from Central Park. Here, the administration of your tower, right, which would actually be in private hands or a public-private partnership, would actually put a certain set of rules on that public sky plaza. So I think I'm all in favor for actually experimenting on the sectional richness of all of these programs coming into the tower. But I think it's also important that as architects, we also ask the questions of how do then these experiments begin to unfold socially, politically, in terms of ownership, because that's what actually gives believability to your project. If not, I would argue that sort of, yes, the images are quite powerful, but at the end of the day, the social relationships then become a little bit naive. And I'm saying that in the context of a project that I think is very successful and has a lot of ambition, right? So in a way, I think that there's, once again, asking the question, which of these programs could actually coexist which ones make sense to be to exist vertically, right? Tokyo has a lot of vertical cemeteries because the cost of land is at a premium. But is that the case of Mexico City? Not necessarily so, right? So I think that these are the tests that I think once you've given us these images, we need to submit the project to.
Okay.
Let me just add something here, Felipe's talk made me think of Paulo Mendes da Rocha. And just to answer Tatiana Bilbao with Mendes da Rocha, he said several times, referring to his home city of São Paulo, that São Paulo has 100 kilometers of subway, 200 kilometers of suburban heavy rail connection, and 2,000 kilometers of elevators. That the real transportation infrastructure of São Paulo is the elevator. So I think it's worth here studying or discussing the difference between the elevator and the street. What is the difference? Why? And it has a lot to do with density, social proximity, right? We are all wearing masks to go to the supermarket for several weeks, and we are now extremely aware of issues of social proximity and personal distance, etc. And I think there's a lot to explore there in the key difference between an elevator and a street.
True, elevators are not managed by public coffers. That is
Yes.
the larger difference.
And they require a completely different phenomenology.
Yep. Maybe the word public is not so luckily chosen, like but when you have the pendant of a courtyard, of an atrium, so there's also scale in between, more the scale of a neighborhood. So in the high rise, you have the problem, you go out of your elevator, you go to your apartment, and that's it. There's not any kind of in between scale, what you have with the street, with this, maybe even the cul-de-sac has some in between space. So the scale, which is more that of, like few units come together. When you look, like, of course, your project has clear precedence. When you look to the Hears Tower, to the Swiss Ray, or like now with this kind of triangular, and especially Foster is like famous for integrating such atriums in height, for having then actually using that as maybe like also like Correros that did this, for having communicative zones, for integrating now cafes or whatever can be more work on a smaller scale model. And this is of course like also interesting that we can touch actually more in the urban thinking, also a resolution, which maybe was predominantly in a private realm, or that there's now like we can touch also something in between in functions and also ownerships. So it's even more like, instead of like just giving up on saying like, hey, this is just like one person can own and build and you have to be so rich. Maybe like such kind of spatial qualities offers also like different kind of ownership models. And putting this vision on the table.
I attempted to provide a variant room sizes to allow that to happen, but there are certainly more ways I could take agency of that.
Yes, structurally, like one comment, you show in one section how you use the triangle actually for free spaces. So there I would also wish that instead of like fulfilling it with slabs, that actually when you think this triangle is also not only that you can fill them, but also that you can leave them empty. That this exactly leaves you now like quite nice transitional zones, like when you look to Foster especially, you know, like who are using that for having now actually these really continuous forms of atriums through the buildings.
That's, yeah.
But it's from an urban, I like the urban challenge, like a thinking in a way, like really like a vertical neighborhood in a way.
Yeah, I think
that's what we wanted to try and create. I think that's the perfect verbiage. Vertical. I tried to create a vertical neighborhood where people had the opportunity to possibly know their neighbors, or interact with people in a public setting outside of their unit,
Yes.
Yeah. And in general, I think that there's an emphasis also on the ground plane. This is one of the things that we notice in the buildings that we visited in Mexico. Many times the towers have a very difficult access point in connection with the street. I think it would be good to go back, Maitre, to the master plan and allow maybe for a conversation that now that you have seen the buildings, I mean, we went a little quickly over some of the previous. So if in relation to the two towers that you just saw, the other ones, you know, there's maybe an opportunity to now maybe revisit some of the premises of the master plan to, now that you know more about the buildings, and you can comment on the buildings and the master plan, anything that you want to relate it to the overall project.
Yes, I would like to comment on that. The reason why this park actually is kind of, let's say, suffocated from the west and south edges is because, of course, of the condition that we had from PEMEX. You know, the fact that PEMEX is a critical, let's say, national security condition, because they hold there most of the gasoline and oil and other fluids for the whole of the metropolitan area. So now that you have taken the, let's say, the liberty of getting rid of this let's say, infrastructure of oil, this metabolical condition of the city in relation to oil and gas, I see very little connection of the master plan with the park. And I think that I would then go back to at least perforate, to penetrate the park more. You see, you have continued to create it, to leave it as a kind of a isolated entity from the south and west. Not as much as I would have liked if I would have had the neighborhoods around, like we did with the Parque La Mexicana, where it really is a central park, and we reconnected it with the whole neighborhoods all around at 360 degrees. We were able to do it. So that is one of my. The second thing is that all of the conditions of PEMEX that you can have conserved. I see a hospital there. I hadn't seen it before, but I see this. I would have been more, let's say, less tolerant with this condition of the park. Okay, that would be my comments in generation. I love the way you have, again, I would say integrated like a quilt of a master plan that is very diverse, very dynamic. For instance, I would have taken the liberty of the master of what you have done with the cemetery, with the park, and then I would have liked to see more reuse of the oil tanks, because it's a difficult. It would have been difficult to transport these tanks outside to other areas, and it's a huge investment. Okay.
Yeah, for me, maybe two questions. One, of course, the first question that comes to mind is the degree of remediation that a site like this would have to go through after it's been, after it's sort of its purpose has been closed. And two, where's the closest mass transit station?
The closest metro station is right here.
Right. Because I think
there's another one south of the
to
cemetery.
the south.
Yeah.
There's another one. Yeah.
Because I think those, for me, those are two key conditions that I think would have also begin to influence the morphology of the site. One, in terms of how you actually begin to bring people in, and mass transit is one, sort of connection to roads and so on is the other. But then how sort of the spaces where a lot of these silos are might become more ideal for a larger sort of landscape remediation process that then might push densities towards other areas of the site that then might allow you to justify the towers, right? So in a way, let's say that you have a development strategy that is of an FAR, right, of a floor to area ratio of 2 or 3. But because a significant part of the site has to be remediated, then it is in a series of hotspots within the site where you actually push that density. And in many ways, I think that would be a larger alibi to be able to move vertically, right? To be able to propose sort of density that happens in points rather than something that gets spread evenly like butter throughout the site.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. I think what we kind of, let me just very quickly, what we kind of assume that the distribution of these commons would lead to these certain junctions like this, or let's say this, where all the energy kind of lies. And then there's this dissipation of this energy, which breaks the zoning aspect of it, which is why the continuity of the transact was important. We were kind of imagining these to become those spaces where in fact where all our high rises are located at these junctions that would kind of attract that. We do have remediated some silos in various ways. I think there were like a couple of strategies to do it. This is just one of the sections. And I do agree with what Mario said, maybe that the park was not really touched. What we did was created smaller spaces like this for protest and just overall gathering at the edges, and created these transitional spaces which are very linked with the park and things like that. But I guess there could have been something formally done to expand it the same way I guess we did here at the south. One second, sorry. The way we did here at the south with the cemetery, I think that definitely could have happened. We kind of imagined the park to be linked with these farms, and that would become like its extension. So yeah.
I mean, I like a lot the different shades of green what you have. Don't have only like a park, you have the farms, the pathways, the market. And so that's nice that you identified that there's not only recreational value, let's say, to like a green area or something, or like not, it's much more differentiated. What a bit I would wished would have been that you would draw synergies from those. That maybe in market I can also experience this growth, or like why not also passaging through this kind of farming offer and so on. So that could have been that like you could have maybe more overlaid those notions of green, that it's less functional divided.
Yeah. I would actually like to, if we're end on this visual, which kind of is the representation of these various energies and types of interaction, which is a chaotic form, but it's more like organizing the chaos, if I would have to phrase it, in a way that we need to address the beauty of these different typologies coming together in a way that they don't overpower each other. And I think that what the team kind of worked on is that as long as we can define the commons, where the farms go, where the transitional spaces go, where the transects go, where the ponds go, that should create a dialogue of influence with all the other people who might become a part of this project.
Yes, I think this moment of the master plan is very good, but you see, I don't see this connection. I don't see this connection. I don't know if you are seeing my
yeah,
my horrible doodles there.
I can see. Actually, the train transit kind of does this, which
Yes.
which is the place where there's the infrastructure for informal vendors and people and artists and all to come. So the connection's more like when you move here, this becomes, instead of becoming like a barrier, it becomes like something that helps you move. But yes, there's no formal representation
Yes.
of that, which I agree.
Okay, it's
Yes.
okay. I mean, you take it on. It's very clear that there's not a lot of clear connections there. So it's
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
A formal connection. If you see could you put the general master plan again, please, on the screen?
Like Venice Beach's merchants barrier to the beach.
There, yes. Oh, no, not that.
One second.
See? Okay, no.
Yeah.
With the master plan of the park there, you see, for instance, the structure of the park comes like this, because we couldn't again use those, and then this is very important. I lost it, I'm sorry. I'll go back. And here, sorry. This one, and then all the way to this. You see, that's one of the key. And then this is the metro station. So this is another connection as you go, remember, from there to the metro station. So that is west penetration. And this one here, for instance, is another. Yes, hold on. Sorry, I'm taking too much time. I'm too stupid for this.
No.
That's shoot. It's the same problem I'm having with my. See, for instance, this connection. See, this is another very important section of the park.
Yeah.
And then this one that goes all the way out here, you see. So I don't see these connections, you see, to then turn this really into a central park.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point, especially coming from the one who designed that park.
Exactly. So, okay. So I'm sorry to have.
I don't know, Fernando, you have any final comment, because we're getting close to the end.
I'm good, Juan. Thank you. I commend you on a really good project, and I think the students did great. And I'm happy to share what Daniel, Mario, and Felipe said.
Yes, just very, very shortly, I want to commend the work of the students, particularly in these terrible conditions that we're living right now all over the world, this hibernation, and that we can still work and communicate. It is fantastic too, and also all the thinking that you made. I love the way you presented from all of your theoretical conceptions, going up to how you transform those theoretical conceptions into the master plan. It's a very, very complex studio. Really would have taken a lot of time to have a more collaboration and iteration with you guys. But overall, I mean, you did a wonderful work. You'd really want to commend you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to the reviewers. I know, Felipe, you're going to be for the second session. Mario, thank you very much for your first and second. We appreciate all your feedback to get to this point. Also, thank you, Daniel and Felipe. I mean, and Fernando, and Felipe is going to continue.
Felipe.
Mario.
Thank you, guys.
Gusto.
Take care.
Mucho gusto. Y te mando un gran abrazo.
Igual para ti. Tenemos que traerte a UVA.
Pues estoy puestísimo. Ahora que nos podemos salir de esta maldita cárcel en la que estamos.
Estamos todos en Zoom.
Estaría encantado.
Estaría muy bien, ya lo
quiero-
vamos a hacer.
Me da muchísimo gusto que estés en UVA porque la quiero mucho, ¿eh?
So, you know, UVA has been a great place, but also you are the perfect candidate for a joint lecture between landscape and architecture. So
Exactly.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
we'll organize it. Great to see you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Un
Okay, well,
saludote.
thank you everybody. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you, Juan.
Daniel.
What?
Students, we're gonna stay connected. If Felipe, if you can leave the connection, we can take a break. At 3, we start the last session.
Okay,
But
very good.
Team 2, you guys are done,
Yeah.
so we're gonna have to stay for the last team, so you can all witness the discussion of the last team. But congratulations, Max, Jorge, Martin, Lucas, and Maitri.
Thanks
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Yeah, thank you everybody. Thanks, Maitri. Thanks, team.
Bye, guys. I mean, not bye.
Yes, see you in a little while. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Juan.
Hi, Jean-Pierre, how are you? I see that he's connected. Jean-Pierre.
Hey, Matt, how you doing? Hey, Jean-Pierre.
Okay.
Good, how are you?
Yes, you know each other. We have a third reviewer that has already participated in the previous session. Is Felipe Correa. He's the chair of UVA, and he should be connecting any minute again.
Wonderful.
Hi, Felipe, you're here. So I was introducing you to the reviewer. So we have 2 reviewers, Felipe, that are teaching at the school. Jean-Pierre Tro is teaching a studio this semester. He teaches occasional here. I think, Jean-Pierre, this is your second semester.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
Very good. Nice to meet you.
he's actually a neighbor of yours, Felipe. He's from Peru. So we have
Very good. We actually have a Peruvian Jean-Pierre teaching at UVA this semester.
Oh, for reals?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Is Jean-Pierre Cruz.
Yeah, Jean-Pierre Cruz. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm the second famous Peruvian architect. Yes, Jean-Pierre.
Yeah.
And then we have also Matt Ficus. Matt is a professor at the school, also has also a very successful practice in Austin, and he teaches regularly advanced studios of many types. So we have 3 reviewers. We have 1 project that is actually, interestingly enough, is the one project that did more messed the most with Mario Shetland's park. So it's interesting that he was complaining about people not messing up enough with his park, and this is the one project he's not seeing that did more of that. But
be careful what you ask for.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that we send it to Mario, because he hasn't seen it. But we have 3 individual projects. In this case, 2 students kept working on the master plan, and then 3 individual projects were developed by 3 different students. So I think that the plan is to do the same thing. Bea, Pique, I think that we will look at the master plan, we'll comment on the master plan, and then we'll be able to comment more specifically on the 3 projects in more detail. So we will do that individually after one after the other. So we can.
That's the idea, so everybody can get feedback.
Exactly. So we want to make sure we have feedback, and we did well in the last one. The landscape. Sorry, we want to make sure that the urban discussion didn't take over completely. So we want to have time to discuss the specific building. So I think that is already 3, and I think we are ready to go. I mean, this is one of the good things about Zoom. People are being a little more on time, so I think that everybody's here. And if you guys are ready, Bea, PK, you can start.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can you all hear me and see the screen okay?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Also, before I forget, for all the rest of the students, this introduction served also for all of you. I don't know if some of you, I think, told me that you have had Jean-Pierre in reviews before, and you know also Matt, because you probably have taken some of his classes, or you will at some point. And by now, you know Felipe. He's the author of one of the books that was floating around and being used a lot in the studio before we went to Mexico. The one of Mexico City between geometry and geography. You heard this from me in the previous review, but we're very happy to have these 3 reviewers, and we're ready to start. Okay, Bea, PK, you want to go?
Thank you. I will start, and then we both worked on the master plan, so we will both tag team it in terms of how the presentation is going. So apart from Bea and I, we have Christian, Georgina, and Joseph who are working on the individual projects along with the same master plan. And our idea was focusing on how to create an urban environment for the future and tackling some of the problems that we can already foresee. So the written text provides a framework for us on how we develop the master plan as we move forward, but also how the presentation is structured, basically from the research that we did, the goals that was set up, and then how do we try to achieve that using some of the landscape and architectonic strategies. When we went to Mexico City, we met with a lot of architects and developers, and some of the things that, when asked what the future looks like, the answer that we got was people want to walk to where they are, where they live, where they get their groceries. They want to be able to be invested in how they are performing on their own in terms of what is being consumed in their bodies, but also be connected using public transportations of some sort to the larger network as of Mexico City. The research then set up a goal of creating urban islands that are able to adapt in a farmscape that are relatively small, compact, and walkable. These clusters are self-sufficient, but also have certain specificity of program on how they are placed and phased. And lastly, because this is a very big site, our intention was to stitch the entire fabric of the PEMEX site, which is existing, because currently a lot of it is walled off and have very restricted access. And we do that through various pedestrian networks and for biking, walking, skateboarding, running, and then certain parks are strategically lifted to create that network around the master plan, so not just within the area that we are looking at.
So we started looking at some things like density industry, pollution in Ciudad de Mexico scale, and on the scale of our district that would be Miguel Hidalgo. And starting by population and density, Miguel Hidalgo is a district that has been losing population since 1990s. And it is projected that it continue to do so in 2030. Even though, like, if the population for Mexico City, it's gonna increase. It's the population density for the district, that is the one marked in red, it's higher than the one of Mexico City, and it reaches 8,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. Although in terms of housing, is the 5th less dense district. Also, like, the different data shows that there's a strong tendency towards aging population, which normally would translate into different challenges in the economic performance, employment, consumption, potential investments on the area. And also mentioned that the index for urbanization is close to 100%, reaching almost a saturation point for the horizontal growth of the area. Then, in terms of industry, Miguel Hidalgo is not one of the denser districts in terms of industry, but their inhabitants rely on it as a source of income. The unemployment reached almost 5.5% of the population. And, like, normally, we know that the city's heavy industrial production is normally in the periphery areas, or like in the districts along the border, if you will, which is like our case location. But in this case, the main industry of the district focus on food, chemical industry, and manufacturing industry. We can see also on the second plane how our site embeds the biggest industry on the districts, which will be Pemex, and also depicts how the city has grown this like around this industry and embedding them into the fabric. So right now there are little dispersed economic pockets all throughout the district. Then directly related to our project and to the industry, we found the topic of pollution, which is also one of the main points of, as I said, our project. In orange, you will see the different areas that are compromised in Mexico City, and our site is included in red. It is estimated that within the fabric of the city, there is at least 17% of soil polluted with contaminants, within which almost 2% is of highly concern for public health safety. This translates directly in negative outcomes for construction, food, agriculture fields, and also within all this polluted land, 92% is no longer fertile soil, which compromises food production. And most of it is also caused by the chemicals produced in the different industries. Then in terms of open space, all the data you can find in INEGI showcases that they're in a really good position, sorry. But if we look, we need to look furthermore. So in a preliminary look, Miguel Hidalgo is one of the districts with the most greenery. The rates for the density of green areas are way higher than the ones that World Health Organization says is minimum for every inhabitant of the city. But if we take a closer look to the green areas in the district in the second map, we can see that there's a large area on the southeast that is called Bosques de Chapultepec, which mainly functions as a metropolitan park and brings people from every part of the city. So within the 9 square kilometers of greenery in the district, this part takes alone 6.5 square kilometers. So if we do some quick add-ups, we see that almost 17% of these spaces are only accessible for people near Bosques de Chapultepec, and the rest are like little dispersed areas or pockets in the rest of the territory that deny like the opportunity to access of green areas. Then in terms of agriculture, there is here's a map with the whole metropolitan area, and in white, well, in white you can see the urban area, and then on different greens the different vegetation and agricultural distributions throughout the territory. Even if we see a large area of agriculture inside and beyond the boundaries, in the past 10 years, we have seen a tendency to develop more urban areas, whereas agriculture start to be shrink up in favor of this need of development in the increasing populated city. So this adds up also to the issue of the contaminated fertile soils that I explained before. This translates mainly in a rise of the price of the fertile soil, the loss of employment, shortening of food production, between other issues, and it affects the large scale population of the city. So we're talking about all this data because our site is a disturbed site that needs remediation, and we decided to acknowledge it since the beginning with a particular approach that we will explain later. Like nowadays, this place is seen as a place of uncertainty and risk, and it carries with it like economic, political, and sociocultural consequences that break the city fabric apart. So what we want to do here is to promote a coexistence between the risk management and the urban development, and create a system for a resilient city that will address all these issues that I have explained before.
So some of the advantages of creating a landscape that is productive for food in an urban environment, that it creates jobs, but also it creates a food security and a food desert environment, because most of these sites are just industries and the residents for those industries that are losing jobs. It also helps reduce the carbon footprint. But then most importantly, it educates the future generation of how the food is sourced and harvested. And the reason behind choosing something like this in this site is because Mexico City itself has a very strong and historical context for urban farming before the Spanish conquest, and through the use of chinampas that are still present in the south of the city, but then also some of the urban farming that are starting to pop up in certain neighborhoods like Roma. And then the government has a strong tax incentive program for create a residential scale roof gardens for people to take their own ownership about that. And also all this possible because Mexico City has a relatively stable weather throughout the year and has a predictable rain pattern. So when we go into more site, as Bea was mentioning, it was an oil refinery for a long time, and there needs to be remediation. And we know that it is possible because the Bicentennial Park that was opened 10 years ago is now thriving as a green condition on an existing field. So when we look at such a big area, it is about all approach versus just one or two. But the one that we focused on was using eco-piles, which is sort of combining two types of biological remediation. And that looks something like this, where the piles of contaminated soil is then treated with certain chemicals that are decomposable. And then over time, the green grass or the certain type of plant that is grown on top also helps to clean the soil. So usually these are done off-site, so you excavate the soil and take it to a different place. But we are suggesting to do it at the site because that also helps us the way some of the topographical moves that are taking place might occur. So this is just a timeline of how the existing Pemex facility was created almost 90 years ago, and then there were several issues that are taking place, and then how the Bicentennial Park that is right next to it is taking shape. And if we talk more site-specific about how these big oil tanks could be remediated, like talking about eco-piling, we think that these 20 to 30 feet high mounds of soil that are excavated on site and then remediated through using biological techniques over time also helps us in phasing. So all the site is not polluted, but the areas that are polluted can help to be remediated, or what other areas as clusters are developed that are self-contained and being able to sort of take its own life without being dependent on the other parts of the master plan to be complete.
So after accomplishing these remediation phases, our goal is that the construction phases will start gradually, and every part of the project will contain certain elements, as you see on the screen, that are common to every cluster. We wanted to provide the city dwellers with a mix of uses that include also active participation in the productive landscape and the circular economy that it creates. So public spaces such as plazas that are very important for the Mexican culture, as we saw on the trip, will be included and embedded in the core of the fabric, while the social infrastructure in regards to the productive landscape, like farmers market, nursing homes, etc., will be more directly related to our green spaces. Then grown farmscapes, it will be that the infrastructure, that will make our landscape work in terms of food production. and also provide job opportunities. And it will be located in the landscape area. This will give us also the opportunity of having like a direct relation between both both the city fabric and the natural landscape for particular activities that are carried on and will help us with the transition between one and the other. And then the work and research infrastructure will also be part of our program, as it will explore new possibilities in the development of the grown landscapes and an opportunity to improve the production and the technologies related to it. And last, the infrastructure for ecological landscapes and purposes that will be integrated in a master plan. It will be recuperation and repurpose of water for watering all these fields that we have created, geothermal energy, cleaning plants, and this will be like the underlying layer that will make everything work as an overall.
So then going back to a bigger scale of talking about the cemetery, our site, and the Bicentennial Park, that total area comes to about 650 acres. And if we compare that to some of the other urban parks or even UT campus, to give a sense of scale of what we're talking about, starts to serve as a bigger green fabric for the entire city versus, and then we think when the architecture takes a very small portion of it on how that is formed at the overall landscape, overall master plan scale. And then if we think about the crops that might be grown and how that seasonality takes into account, the crops that are grown right now and the cycles that are assumed already take into account the rainy season on when they are harvested and when they are plucked. So that starts to become the fabric where during the dry seasons, they can be sown and harvested. And then the rainy seasons, the landscape becomes a filter to catch the water and store the water, or even help revitalize the aquifer. And then thinking about how do you actually feed the density, and with just sort of rough numbers without a lot of consultation, we have enough area and production land that can feed up to 45 to 70,000 people. And that is much higher than the density that we are proposing. So that takes into account that our master plan is not just for the area of the site that we're looking at, but for a greater locality and the neighborhood that it's serving. Because it is not only growing crops, but also helping facilitate some of the other peripheral industries that go along with creating a farmscape setting. And then if we think about what that looks like at a human scale, it talks about these green areas, the green areas that are the grown land, but also how the greenhouses and tree nurseries start to take into account what the cluster edges look like, and then the pedestrian path that might be elevated to help the bottom to store or for other purposes for the farm space that serve as a transition. But the same sort of scale, if we look at a wet season, that area becomes a place to store the water that is collected from the clusters and into the landscape, so the clusters remain free from water, but that also helps contain the water and filter it at these retention ponds.
Here is our master plan and what all this information look like together. PK will explain after like the more concise program and how it works as autonomous development units, if you will, with different uses that refer to every cluster itself and refer to the weather scale of Mexico City. And as you can see, it's almost like fabric embedded in the landscape that connects to it through the different H's and its programming and the different conditions of the H's that are connected thanks to the different topography that we have created too. The landscape, as we said, will carry like different actions like food production, water management, social artifacts like scenery corridors and paths that get you through it. Then thinking about connection with the wider city, our network strategy was pretty clear after seeing in the first part how many people use public transport to move. That is about 60% of the population. So we wanted to provide users established in the area an easy connection with the wider city. This includes the surrounding neighborhoods too. So, and then we wanted also to facilitate the access to the Bicentenario Park from other parts of the city and the new amenities that are created in place.
Our proposal is to add a new metro line that is not just within our site, but connecting to the larger city fabric.
So our proposal was, as PK said, creating a new metro line. And this decision was taken after seeing the walking times to get to our city fabric and understanding that the other two lines that are the dashed ones are mainly used to get to the workplaces and the industry that is around. And that by creating a new line, we will help different masses of people from different parts of the city to reach this area and the Bicentenario Park that right now is not really well connected citywide. Then to complement this strategy and the public transit, one of our goals also since the beginning was to open all those hard edges and boundaries that are created on site and open the park to all these people in the surroundings. So we created a network strategy that facilitates the transit between the clusters and the access to the amenities and the connection between the different neighborhoods that surround this area. So we aim for a more direct connection for walking and biking. That is what you see highlighted right here. While passing through the different scenarios that we have created. We will later also see like what this network looks like and how it is elevated on certain points to facilitate like certain transactions.
I'll just try to quicken up a little bit here, but thinking about through phasing, we were thinking about what the programs are first served for the greater city network, and then also keeping those sort of as anchor points that start to infill the area that is most polluted, that was the central park. And then thinking about how every block is not one program, as like it's just residential office spaces, but then certain of these amenities and green spaces that are overlapping with each other at each of those junctions. And then certain typologies that are not completely defined, but as a guideline to think about as prefabricated towers to reduce carbon footprint, but also rethinking the way live workspaces are in the age of this pandemic, but also how green spaces are incorporated about a restaurant or about a food market, or even within a building core. And then if we start to look at a transit that is atypical, where it is more sort of as a guideline of how it engages with the park and the productive landscape through the use of certain fabric structures, but also the low-rise residential typology that is very much part of Mexico City. And then how that goes into certain sustainable strategies that we would help keep this a more affordable place for the future through different techniques within the cluster. And this is just an example of how that elevated path is engaging with the landscape, with the cluster edge on the lowest level, but also on the elevated level where the buildings will open up. And you will look at more developed examples of this in the 3 projects that you will see after. But this was just a master plan level of how that might start to occur and what examples of them might look like. This is the same example of that spiral ramp that comes down, engaging the cemetery, and we are proposing an extension of it. We didn't go too much into the detail of it, but because there is a very big cemetery that is already existing on the site, and that is running out of space, we also propose an extension of that next to it, and how that engages with the boulevard and the buildings that are surrounding it, but also the network that we're creating for that purpose.
Then some super quick typical street sections. So our boulevards with traffic will look something like this. We really looked at the Reforma Avenue with a really nice wide path in the middle where different social interactions take place. So like people don't feel like they have to walk between high buildings and traffic. Then a typical street section only for pedestrian and bikes. The one on the left will be the normal one with the water management that would be variable depending on what size do we need for the street. And then the one on the right is one that has a wider path that engage some of those social interactions happening in the streets of Mexico City, where you can find food or people performing or doing different activities. Then just to finish with the sections, two quick sections on how that landscape engages in its soft edge with the clusters, how people can access it, and how that pedestrian pathway in the points that it's elevated dialogues with the water management and the different scenarios created.
And then just lastly, thinking about the future of how it can remain, the space that we are thinking about can remain adaptable through different man-made or natural disasters. That might happen once even the master plan is done designing. So just thinking about resiliency in spaces. Thank you for your time. We would like to open it up for comments and feedback for the master plan.
Yeah. So reviewers, whenever you want.
Congratulations. First of all, I thought that was a very comprehensive presentation. I think you went through a lot of scales. You went through a lot of parameters that informed the project. And they were all very clear. I also think the project sets up a beautiful premise for verticalization, which I don't think gets fully explored in the development of the master plan. It might get more explored in the individual projects. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a second. So your bet, right? All of these projects are bets in a certain way, right? So you are betting for urban agriculture. For you, the idea that sort of growing food in the context of sort of both the local neighborhood, but within sort of also the bounds of the metropolitan region can actually coexist with sort of contemporary urban uses, right? That I think would be the larger thesis, which if I agree or disagree with that is less relevant than how rigorous you are in pushing that idea forward. So on the one hand, the first question that I think those kind of operations raise is the economy of scales. How much agriculture can you really produce? And if this is really an industry or if it's more of a demonstration park. And you actually go through a lot of effort to actually maximize the amount of urban ground for agriculture, which then forces you to actually compact urban development into these series of clusters. And that is the part that I actually find most interesting about the project. But I wish that you would have explored a little bit more, because in the context of a project that that favors verticalization, I think you've set up quite a beautiful alibi to really be able to reduce the footprint of a built space and really exacerbate its verticality. So, for example, I would be intrigued to know, and I'm going to just draw briefly here on the screen, what is the FAR, right? The floor to area ratio that cluster or this cluster has right now. And
On
then
average right now, it's about 5 to 5.5.
That is not an FAR of 5 to, you don't have an FAR of 5 there to save your life.
You're
That
gonna
would be an
need
FAR.
more than that.
Yeah, maybe an FAR of 1 if you're lucky, but it doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
Let's say that you have an FAR of 2. Then I would argue, okay, how do I accommodate the same FAR of 2 in that footprint? And then the same FAR in that footprint, and then in that footprint, right? And that would have sort of forced you to begin to question what these forms that right now are a little bit sort of generic typologies, how those begin to change as you need to accommodate the same amount of square footage and program into more vertical types, right? So I think that then would have allowed you to expand or contract the amount of agricultural land that you have and open space that you have between these clusters. In a way, if you would have given us a variety of scenarios of these relationships, I think this would be even, it's a very powerful project as it is, but even a more powerful project because you would be able to make in many ways an argument for a project that can actually go in both directions. It can actually increase its agricultural footprint, or it can also say, well, if agriculture doesn't work, how can then sort of the land that we have designated for agriculture, that we're land banking, let's say, through agriculture, then begin to be urbanized if you begin to expand the footprint in the other direction, more built area and less agriculture. Two very additional brief points. The first one is I appreciate the idea of introducing a new metro line. I think your project works without it. I think it works without it because I think it anchors very well on the two sides where you actually do have mass transit. But I think the metro line that you're actually introducing makes a lot of sense because Mexico City has a huge problem. Most of its metro lines function north-south, and most of the people commute east-west, right? Because they go from...
That's what we also observed.
Yeah, so there's a huge deficit of mass transit in that direction. But I think you cannot hinge your project on the introduction of mass transit. I think you need to give us a project that works effectively with or without that public works project. And finally, briefly, the last comment that I would make, I really appreciated the fact that you took the sort of what the site used to be seriously, and you proposed, I think, a very rigorous remediation strategy as the premise for the transformation of the project that I think would be essential in a site like this. So I'll leave it at that, and then we can continue discussing and debating.
I got a couple comments as well, and first of all, also want to congratulate you for all the amount of work and research you guys have done, and seems that you guys have had a lot of fun on this project. You can tell by the quality of the research and the quality of the drawings and exhibits and stuff like that. So good job on all that, which makes now the discussion even more in depth and more detailed, which is exciting, especially for me. So aside the proposal, which I really respond to it very favorably, I would like to see if you can answer a little bit, a couple of questions that I'm not unclear, but I'm not sure exactly where the location of the oil facility versus the cemetery was. I remember it was on the south side, the cemetery, and the park is on the north side, right? Yeah. Would you trace on top of this where those
So
boundaries?
the existing cemetery is this part here, and we visited it and talked to them, and they have actually run out of space. That's why we propose in this part an extension of it, that it will be also kind of an extension of our landscape. And then currently Pemex is just, I took a call, but that's not really good. Sorry. Pemex is in this part here right now.
So that's basically the part of the remediation aspect of your proposal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that coincides. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like all this part, let me grab another color. This part here, it's already remediated. They did it when they planned Bicentenario Park.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. So like we take over part of the park that is already built for due to several reasons that we may or may not get into. But that was the idea, that these are all sort of merging together as one big green space.
Okay, and the new metro line will take. I remember on the video you guys mentioned that there was some existing rail infrastructure in there, correct?
Yes.
And that's where you guys are locating the new line.
Yeah.
Along that same path. Okay. So the Parque Bicentenario, you guys seem that you have modified a little bit. Would you explain what are the modifications and how does that tie with your proposal and your concept
Sure.
of agriculture? And more in detail, if there is actually agriculture happening in the Parque Bicentenario or only on the rest areas of your proposal?
No, I think so I'm trying to draw the existing, like the wall that is. So that's the wall between the Parque Bicentenario and Pemex. So we are sort of going in and out with that. And we think that there is part of agriculture that also can happen to, like, these trees we were thinking of not just as trees for shade, but also it can be an orchard of some sort. So that sort of goes between the two. Like, okay, it's also growing something, but it also provides a shade which already sort of exists as a.
Okay, and that, I assume, the Parque Bicentenario becomes really a big feature for the development, which could potentially attract more high-end development towards a very nice, significant view. And yet I don't feel like the proposal of the density aspect of it and the verticality really engages in a way to really optimize that proximity to the park, and actually ties it more to the main artery lines, like the metro line and the new. I don't know if this is new or an extension of the road in here, and that for me, I was more excited when you were really proposing something more walkable and more of an alternative method of transportation, when we are tying everything and all the development along the main arteries or what we'll consider traditional forms of transportation, then you can create a same problem that you actually want to solve. So by engaging more with the park and creating these clusters in a way that not only creates development opportunities, and to Felipe's comment as well in the future, when now we're in intensive drought or the opposite, depending on how the climate is going to impact this area, 3 months of precipitation for a large agricultural complex might be very limited. So you have to be very creative and rely on vertical farming and all the other infrastructure for. I think it's important as well. So definitely something for you guys to consider. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I think that starts to make sense. Maybe the comment that you made about the verticality towards the park will make more sense with the 3 projects, because they're all sort of facing or.
I was gonna say just like
oriented.
yeah, it like our other three teammates will show 3 different high rises and how it engaged with the master plan.
Yeah.
But mainly our high rises are concentrated here, meaning that they are not directly in the first row after the park.
Sorry.
So we we give some kind of like little buffer to those high rises that would act more as a background of the scenery. And then we will also try to blend them with the density of the different neighborhoods on the other clusters that are more on the edge.
And I agree, and it becomes almost like a zoning exercise, right? Of like, you know, how much height you want to allow and creating transition zones between the probably what it will be very low density neighborhoods to, you know, mid and high density. But one can make the argument that you already have a great buffer on the cemetery, for example, which is like really, really flat. And then can you do more vertical, more iconic along this strip, for example, when you don't have that buffer problem? And also provides, you know, a great opportunity for really, really high towers that becomes almost like an icon for the city as it welcomes you. And also,
Bea, here 1 second, Bea, can you put the section, the transect of the, because I think that you went through very quickly with the transect. I mean, they have some towers there that can be, I think one of them
okay.
50 story tall. So the FAR is affected a lot by how high some of these towers, every cluster has a tower of that height, right?
Right. And that's I think a point that Felipe was trying to make, because it seems like in some areas you might, the way the configuration of the clusters, you might, based on the layout, what it appears to me and for him, that it will be still looks a very low density in comparing to the scale of the project. You know, comparing city of Austin right now, you have several areas in downtown that they still are to 1 to 8 FAR. And when you look at the skyline, the city skyline is not like really high, big towers. You know, we're looking, if you want big towers, at 15 to 1, depending on the lot sizes, or beyond that, 25 to 1. So I would like to see a little bit more of that analysis, how that changed depending on the track of the sites or the size of the cluster. It'll be very interesting to see how much area you can really pack on that location to you create the same amount of people. We were saying like around what, 70,000 guys you said you have, or less than that, or that was for
the
feeding?
Food could be grown for 70,000, but we were proposing around 35,000.
Okay, 35,000. Okay.
Yeah.
So how that compares to other areas in Mexico, like Mexico City, that more highly populated areas, is that pretty comparable?
No, it's much lower in Mexico City in general.
In general,
it's about 6,000. So the idea was over time, this is 3 to 4 times the density, because when we went to Mexico City, we visited certain parts like Santa Fe or Polanco, which are these sort of clusters of very tall buildings. So sort of taking that, but at a much smaller scale in how we localize that.
Gotcha. No, this is very, very interesting. I know this just reminds me another question that I had when you were going through the stats. Why is the population declining?
Because of the lack of industrial jobs, because most of the jobs are in the industries that are around Pemex or the other supporting. So since they are no longer sort of the manufacturing jobs that are in the periphery of Mexico City, also there's a population decline, at least.
So that's part of your thesis, to bring more jobs and kind of have that more live work situation here.
The fact that they are taking the industry, since, as I said, like the city fabric has already embedded all the industries in it, they're trying to get all the industries out. So people is moving with their jobs. Right? So we're trying to bring here some kind of like socio-economic reason for people to come back to the neighborhood.
You want to comment?
Yeah, I have. So I think first of all, those Felipe and Jean-Pierre's comments are fantastic, and I'll take a little bit of a different tack with the comment, a bit more about how you might frame this and how, if you were to spend more time on this, what I would recommend. First of all, I do think the approach of being deferential with this is really commendable. The overall project is a lot of accomplishment, but the approach of not trying to take an architectural solution, or in other words, not trying to think of a built form scenario and then letting the landscape be the resultant that's left over, but rather taking the approach that this is about thinking about the landscape, the earth, and actually having an approach, instead of going in and saying, what can we do? What's the least amount of damage we can do? I think that's an often architectural approach to say, that's one of the sustainability approaches, is to say, what's the least harm we can do? But instead saying, how can we actually make this site better? It's a brownfield site. How can we transform this to make this a positive aspect for the city? And that requires a lot of integrative thinking. It requires you thinking about infrastructure as you have the solid and void and different types of relationships. And interestingly, within this pandemic, distancing is what we have to do, and we have to have this social distancing. And your project is, of course, about the opposite, trying to create a connection where there is a void. There's a distance that you're trying to connect. You're trying to create this urban connection, this social connection, the connection between earth and building, and I think it's quite successful on that front. And if you were to spend more time on this, what I would recommend is even just a few snapshots of what this could be experientially, because you've spent so much time showing it from the top down, and all of those axos are great, but they're always seeing it as a specimen. It's just an object that we're just seeing in a place that you would never actually experience it that way. And I understand this is more of an urban studio, but it would help so much, because you of course did such a great job showing the where, you showed the what you're doing, you showed how you're doing it, but you didn't show the why. Like, why would I want to be in these spaces? Why would I want to be in and around these interstitial zones between park and building? And even just some very simple perspectival images. And the closest placeholder you had were the big renderings, which again, they help to be a placeholder for that. But that's what I would recommend you doing, is there's something about having those extremes, and we can connect the dots between them. So if you have the extreme of what we're looking at right now, this very zoomed out, this incredible scope you've taken on, and then if you bring it down to the scale of one human, one experience in one space or one interstitial space, then that allows us to connect the dots between a lot of those things. And so I commend you in all of this. And the last thing I would say that relates to that is in that transect that you have, the cluster transect. It's a similar thing to where you're showing things like, it's almost like shopping. You're saying we got some solar panels and some water collection, this recuperating concrete, all these different things. And you have to be careful about that. This is more of a diagram. It serves a purpose, but there's a lot to be said about composition, about how you edit, how you select, and how you compose something to be about an experience. And so that's what I'm looking for, at the tail end of all of this, that I think wouldn't be much work to incorporate, but great project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, probably we're going to see, we can go back to commenting on the master plan as you see the projects that we're about to see. So we're going to see basically three interventions within this master plan. So who's going to go first?
Joseph.
Me.
Yeah. Joseph, so why don't you go ahead and explain where your project is, and they can start orienting themselves. So go ahead, you can control the screen now.
There we go. All right. Hi, I'm Joseph.
my part of the project, the way we kind of organized our individual projects was we each looked at a specific cluster and then looked in even further onto a certain building in that cluster. The area I focused on is in the northwest of the site. In the bottom right, you can see the reservoir from the park, and to the left is that major avenue that connects north-south. So in this cluster, the focus is healthcare. So we have a large hospital just south of the gray mass. The park edge is that condition we talked about where we're building into the existing edge, and it acts as a transition zone between the main boulevard and the park. The pedestrian way that is most important to my specific project is the east-west one that runs just north of that gray mass. The gray mass is the roof outline of my building, sorry. So that pedestrian pathway links to the left. There is a secondary park and kind of a street intersection where we're imagining a lot of people would collect. And on the right edge, it merges in with some of the existing pathways in that park. The specific pathway in that park goes all the way to the other side, past all of the other functions. The area just north of my building is open with the outline of the trees. And my specific project is commercial and residential mixed together. And there's about 25,000 feet of commercial space and about 170 residential units. The people I imagine living here are seniors who want to be very close to the hospital that's across the street, families who would maybe want to live with their senior relatives near a hospital where they could get more care than they could in just the home, and possibly even doctors or medical students on residency. There are a bunch of studio units in the building that could be used by hospital employees. The base of the building is open to both the boulevard to the right and the larger open green space to the north. The basic form is kind of these open edges that are a little bit rough and allow people to walk in off of the street and feel like they're in a transition zone between what's indoor, what's outdoor. The circulation for this, as well as the residential tower above it, are exterior for ventilation purposes, and just because the climate in Mexico is so nice that it was mentioned earlier that their air conditioning isn't super common, so ventilation then becomes very important. The area on the right side between the red and the yellow volumes is a grand entry with a large overhang, which you'll see better in a later diagram. I created these hexagon volumes to be recognizable whenever you're anywhere in the project and to kind of orient yourself on maps. And they also act as an expression of the main structure elements. The residential entry is in that yellow volume, and you'd go up those elevators as a resident to get to a different level where there'd be the main lobby and the main residential office. This next level shows the connection with the pedestrian network that we had talked about, where buildings would open up onto it. The plazas are at the same level, and they really are just an extension of the space. I didn't define out specific walls for commercial functions because it's just a large open grid that they could build however they feel like per store. But that large plaza is meant more for restaurants to have outdoor seating and something like that. On this level, you can also see that it's open down below, so you have a visual connection with the main stair around the yellow volume and down to the boulevard. The third level is also more commercial. It's pretty much just the same as the second one, minus that connection to the pedway, which is on the level below. So the main structural diagram of this building is a triangular grid. My main reasoning behind this was to take up as much as I could of that triangular site, where if you build a rectangle, you can only fit about half the area of the triangle. But if you use a triangular grid, you can fill in all those corners and take up as much space as possible. The longer and more primary members run kind of from the top to the bottom between the shear walls, which would extend the whole length of the project and give space. And then the cores kind of strengthen that center spine. In the elevations, there are stairs located in those cores, the red and blue on the left and the right. If you look at the pictures along the bottom of the screen, I imagine the stairs as being open to the air and open to the main circulation hallway on the other side, and having some sort of greenery screen in between the stair and the exterior. The idea of screen is also kind of important for the north and south sides. In Mexico City, it's at a latitude where in the summer, the sun actually comes from the north side directly rather than the south. It's at a super high angle, but there is still a little bit of need to protect windows and shade on the north side of the building, not just the south. On the right elevation, you can see these yellow cutouts into the building. Those are large public balconies that are meant to act as a gathering space for blocks of the 4 levels. Another idea I really wanted to incorporate is how to not necessarily force, but encourage public gathering and seeing your neighbors as you walk along the hallways to get to your units. And it makes a visible gathering space where they can take ownership of it if they're on the floor and interact with it, even if they're just walking by it and looking at people down below. In the sections, the focus was that the building wouldn't necessarily cut into the public space, but that the public space would cut into the building. On the top right pedestrian section, the pedway cuts through the right-hand side, and the residential units extend over it to, once again, increase the area of the site and act as a little bit of shade for those possible restaurants and store openings. Along the lower edge, you can see the overall section / elevation of the cluster, where this building in particular isn't necessarily the tallest in the area. And there's a transition on the right-hand side from the single and up to 4-story existing buildings going up towards the 20s and the 30-story buildings in more distant clusters further within the project. The individual plans on the top left is the plan of that lobby. So the ring around to the south is exterior public space that would be for the entire apartment complex and not necessarily just your group of 4-floor clusters. In those spaces, their interior spaces are also meant more for the office functions, the leasing office, where people go to pick up their packages, where they could advertise tours for the building. And along the top edge are the units that look to the north. Going to the right is an example of a floor with that open balcony. So the circulation cuts through the center, and that's completely open to the air. And the units are on either side of it. And in each of the floor plates and the placement of the units, I wanted to provide variety. So to the north, the view is more out to the distant mountains, across that smaller park directly adjacent to the building. And along the south edge, it looks more at the Bicentenario Park, as well as in the very far distance, Reforma and the towers there. There are different sizes of units, from the studios I mentioned being for possible medical residents or seniors who live on their own, all the way up to there's 12 3-bedroom units, which would be more for families, where it could be maybe the family, the kids, and the grandparent all coexisting in the same space. And some of the units have balconies, some of them are more focused on just that view. So I just really wanted to provide a variety of different types of space that could attract different types of clients. And I'm not sure what image to go back to talk about it.
Probably one with
plan.
Well, the I think the 3D.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll open it up to comments and I can flip back and forth to any drawings.
I can start this time. So I think that there, I appreciate the way you've tried to take on this triangular site, and I think there's a lot of sensitivity that you're considering in terms of how the urban scale interacts with this, how the building interacts, and then trying to break down the floor plan itself. I would challenge you on whether you need to take the triangular footprint as, let's just say, as relentlessly as you have overall. In other words, that even though you've introduced some intricacies in the plan, you then ultimately just have extruded up that form, and each floor plate's the same. And I know in the section you carved away, but in terms of the overall envelope, I wonder so if you maybe go back to the plan, the ground floor plan. A couple, yeah, right here is fine. And so if you were to, for example, imagine that there were a rectilinear building, and perhaps your cores were to be aligned here, for example. For one thing, I understand that you compromise in terms of how much FAR you can actually get, but it also could be, doesn't mean that the whole building doesn't need to be rectilinear. There could be some tapering away and some terracing that can begin to happen. So, if you have the built form stepping up, and it does go full height there, but then begins to be, other versions of terracing down here potentially that again allows you to work around that. And I understand that it's very difficult when you have that triangular, it's so hard to defy that triangle. But if you were to set up the core in this type of orientation, for example, then maybe you could even allow it to relate over to something that happens over in this park. I mean, the same thing with your structural grid could potentially begin to have some relationship here to where you allow this to be a building that doesn't feel as though it's pinched into this site, but perhaps ties out beyond. And these could even just be, this could be not proper buildings at all out here in this green park area. It could be either changes in paving, it could be at the seating areas, covered structures, or whatever. But I wonder if, to a certain extent, you perhaps could have thought about your site being, a bit more this, and that might have allowed you to have a bit of a hybrid between the triangle, the site, and some rectilinear forms, and then you could have an interplay between those types of things. Sorry, there was some clumsy chicken scratch there, but that's my first reaction that I feel as though you did technically solve everything you set out to solve in terms of getting the program and complying to that. But I do wonder if there's a scenario where it wouldn't have to have been as much of an extruded block.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up on that because I mean, I appreciate your presentation, and I understand all the operations that you're doing, but your project highlights a series of issues with the master plan that then you need to resolve architecturally. But then again, you are the author of the master plan. So you can also go back and edit the master plan, right? So for example, your master plan generates at this scale, a series of issues. Like for example, the fact that an intersection like this is very difficult to have in sort of a contemporary city, right? Because traffic you're getting cars that are coming in 1, 2, 3 directions at a single point. This was a huge issue in the early 20th century, in cities in the late 19th century, early 20th century, that were sort of soon beginning to be taken over by cars, because this creates a nightmare in terms of traffic, right?
So one thing
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
You also have a site that has 1, 2, 3 streets adjacent to it, which means that, for example, you could actually get rid of that street and make that the parcel. Or you could actually get rid of that street, right? And have that street do that, that street do that, that street do that. And in many ways integrate that to this parcel here. So I think there are certain articulations that you can actually resolve at this scale that might be more difficult to see at the larger scale, and then have each scale begin to inform each other. The other argument that I would sort of bring to that I would raise about your project is, where do you find the limits of these triangular geometries, right? Because once we actually get the geometry of the site, we begin to see that a lot of your interior geometries, the geometries that begin to define your building, are actually come from the form of the site, that begin to give you sort of very complicated interior spaces. Like for example, let me annotate it again.
I can flip back to one of the other pages.
Or to one of the plans, yeah, the upper level plans. Right, so for example, I see the 2 elevators there. Let me annotate. But then we begin to have these kind of geometries, or those kind of geometries, or we begin to end up having rooms that have points or tips like that. So I wonder if there wasn't a moment,
waste space too,
right, where at a certain point you actually bring a different geometry that allows you to negotiate those 2 conditions, and in a way you could end up with quite a powerful or beautiful plan or beautiful composition. There are many architects, if you look at the work, for example, of Jose Antonio Coderc, he was amazing at sort of working with very complicated geometries, but once you look at the plan works flawlessly. So one sort of path is to actually go back and correct the inconsistencies of the master plan in terms of the kind of parcels that it generates. The other one would be to say, no, I want to take that as a challenge and really push it forward. But then you owe it to yourself to continue to sort of massage the geometries so that a plan that might look like it has a lot of odd corners and odd geometries, once you read it carefully, you understand that the spatial relationships are quite well articulated. And I think right now your project is caught between those two aspirations.
Yeah, so I'll go back to the plan we were talking about on the base. I did not describe this well enough before.
But Joseph, let me interject in here. I think what we're trying to say is, like, don't be too rigid. I know you had a really good idea, strong idea, and I think you have a great opportunity to be playful with it. And actually, the triangle side as an opportunity it's a wonderful problem to solve. But if you give yourself such strict parameters that restrict creativity, and it becomes almost it's almost a formula driven design, then you're not giving justice to the challenge. I agree with both Felipe and Matt. I think you definitely, on this type of situations, you really need to consider the context. And you have two elements that are very important. You have that, you mentioned the North Park right adjacent to it, but there's a boulevard going across, correct? Above this area?
That was the thing I wanted to clarify.
Right.
So
there's
this
a verticality. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. So this is the lower level plan. Above the red line is the elevated pedestrian network.
Yes.
This is also pedestrian. But this street to the south is not meant for cars. So this is more a clarification of the master plan than of my specific buildings. So just for the understanding of the master plan, we are limiting the intersections like this for cars.
Okay. So that's great. And I wanted to add that you have two levels of interaction. I think the three main points on your proposal that you should really focus on was wellness, which you mentioned it, the proximity with the hospital, and you even market the building in a way that you're thinking some senior people will be there. Service is another one that we haven't talked about that for a project like this, how you service that project. And the connections, so you have those connections with vertical connections with a boulevard, the pedestrian connections, and your visual connections as well. And just those three parameters are really strong for you to start playing with the geometry. You know, your proposal, especially in regards to wellness, fits really well actually with the master plan and idea of green infrastructure. You have a park right in front of it, and your building almost seems like it's not even addressing that green infrastructure, aside that little picture that you were mentioning, which I appreciate, of the vertical green screen wall, right? I mean, just on wellness and green infrastructure, we can talk about air quality, noise mitigation, placemaking, well-being, you name it, urban heat island effect. You mentioned the north side of the building, right? That you have some strategies on how to mitigate that. And all that are tools that will really enrich the design of the project. My recommendation for your next projects, and especially in this, if you want to kind of polish it a little bit more, it's really finding those opportunities to bring those infrastructures and kind of figure it out, placemaking and potential areas for senior living to actually not be able to go, 10 stories down to meet somebody, right? I like the idea of the plazas, the intermediate plazas, balconies, you call them, right? Maybe be more generous. What if you actually start creating more outdoor vertical spaces for gathering? Especially imagine a pandemic right now on that building, and it's all stacked. All those people will get sick in a heartbeat. The whole building will be quarantined, right? So how can we start thinking about how can we mitigate height, which is, I think it's something to really bring into the conversation when we talk about verticality. We on a condition like where we are today, that we're trying to not trap thousands of people in one place. How we can provide those areas of refuge in a sense that is more of a wellness and more of a connecting and enjoy nature, right? So I think your proposal, especially when I start seeing the hexagons and I start looking at, oh, maybe this is gonna have a really cool you know, almost kind of beehive kind of proposal. But then I just saw triangles and stuff like that. So I think you could have borrowed even from the geometry itself and be a little more flexible.
Okay, I think that unless there's another comment, I like to keep moving. I think it would be good to move to the next one. Remember, we can always go back. I would like to have time to some wrapping comments that can connect to the previous project. So I don't know who's going next.
Thank you, Joseph.
Gina is next.
Okay, Gina's next, and we can go back and connect comments that refer to one building, another building, the issues that all of them have in common or whatever. So I wanted to make sure we have time for that. So Gina, you want to share your screen?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the master plan, I was focused more on the cluster that was meant for arts and culture, which is the one right in the middle. So then focusing more on that, I was really interested in this area right here because it is where the elevated pedestrian walkways cross, and you can go from the park to the cemetery, and it also crosses throughout east and west. So I thought it was an interesting spot to focus on. Sorry. There we go. So in the ground floor, there's like, they have proposed a museum right next to it. And since it is we're trying to focus it more on like arts, I was thinking it could be more like a gallery space where artists can show and display their stuff, as well as making a lot of retail and making it very public since it is the ground floor. And also focusing on this area over here, which would serve as open market space, connecting the other plots. And then looking more at the level where the elevated walkways pass through, as that's more kind of like as a second ground floor for people that are using them. So really trying to connect and incorporate them into the buildings. So it's more as a natural place where people can stop, since it's also a very busy spot where people are coming from the park and going everywhere. And then this would serve more as a market space for the vertical farming that was being proposed. And then looking at it, I wanted to do residential mixed with farming, looking more into what PK and Bea talked about earlier. So it was kind of splitting it into two separate buildings. Both the two that connect with the elevated walkway serve as market, where they can sell what is being produced and people can see that whole farm to table just being grown right there. And the other one being a residential building with apartments ranging from studios to 2 bedrooms. And then this was some of the initial massing that I thought about. And the reason for the kind of diagonal slant here was trying to continue that elevated, those walkways, seeming that they're going more into the building itself, not necessarily making them walkable, but kind of the idea of you being able to go kind of anywhere. And then also thinking about the residential and the vertical farming and how to incorporate them and mix them together. In the end, it ended up being 2 of these, and it's more split than the 2 towers connected with the market. And looking at a little bit more into the sections, having the market and more of open space as you go into the residential. And then this is what would be the vertical farming, where people can also look, and it could serve as research and offices for the vertical farming. And kind of looking at an overall section, I didn't go into very high rise. I'm imagining it as more of like a 30-story compared to some of the other buildings that were being proposed. It's right next to the high-rise corridor that they had talked about earlier in our presentation. So you can kind of see where I am, and you can see how it goes, as PK and Bea had mentioned earlier, from the cemetery and the park as a gradual rise, which I know they had commented before that we could go higher already in this area. And then looking at how each cluster kind of has that significant tower and higher buildings in each of them. Looking very quickly at the structure, it was a mix of columns and the sheer walls, as well as the floor slabs and a grid. And then a quick 3D view of the clusters and where my building is. As you can see, it's right in the middle of our proposed site, basically. And then some quick views of them. Excuse me. I was envisioning kind of this, trying to think more of the living with the urban farming and living. So trying to incorporate it more where people are living, not just separating them completely. So trying to start to look at how that could be. I didn't get the time to like look or like research more into it, but it was kind of the idea of corners where it would be more for the residents and they wouldn't have to rely on the vertical farm itself, but they could be producing their own stuff too. And then just some other quick 3D views showing how the walkways pass right by that site and how it'd be very busy. A little of the ground view. And then overall, again, like a 3D view. And that's all I got.
Georgina, what was the reason you chose this site?
Because I liked how it was very connected, so it would have a lot of people, so it could be a very walked by and very approachable area by everyone.
And what was the design concept for it?
Honestly, I was just trying to see how to do residential with farming, and in the end I realized I ended up splitting it mostly, which is why I kind of went back to trying to incorporate the farming into the apartment themselves and the building itself. But it's all very, for me, it's all very in progress too, in process still.
Okay. I was intrigued because this is, you started mentioning about this is like the arts cluster. So I thought the project will have some kind of relationship with the arts, especially being adjacent to a museum proposal. Was that part of consideration on your design?
Yeah, I started looking a little more into how maybe one thing that I really liked about Mexico City was how they had a lot of murals and like street art and everything. So I started thinking that maybe this could, I don't know if you guys know about like UNAM or ever been there, how each building has like murals that distinguish it. So maybe part of these areas that are very visible to everyone can start having like large murals that local artists portray. Mm-hmm. But other than like the galleries in the first floor, that's mostly the extent to what that was considered.
I mean, the location of it, it's in a prime real estate for any developer. You have a contemporary museum next to it, overlooking the Parque Bicentenario. It seems that there are very interesting architecture around it. A lot of connectivity throughout. you know, usually those are branded as our towers, you know, or park tower, whatever they call them in there. And I think there's a missed opportunity of like really creating a very interesting geometry. It seems that you start playing a little bit with the modules of the residential. And I wanted to push you a little bit. I would like to push you a little bit on the structure. When you start looking at the structure diagrams, it's basically the same idea of like extruding program. Is this approach of I have my grid and I stack everything on top of it. When you can also start thinking of the connections and the visual connections and the orientation of each of the volumes and create a composition with it. I actually really like your diagrams originally, or how you had this almost walkable surface. Exactly those ones, and have more integrated towers. I think that has a little growth potential. What made you actually divide them?
I don't know. I went through a lot of iterations. There's probably like 5 more similar to this. And then in the end, I ended up deciding on having like the 2 that would connect, like open up the walkway.
Mm-hmm.
But
I personally think that there's something interesting geometrically in here. The towers itself, you know, could have a little more refinement, but that idea of a topography, vertical topography, ties very well with the idea of the vertical farming and the market and creating a very civic space that you can both enjoy and have farm-to-table restaurants and community spaces, and most importantly, the opportunity to interact at the both levels, which I feel like all the previous proposals, it's like there's 2 different worlds that are happening. One on the ground plane where the cars are, and then the elevated plaza. And having something that connects both of them vertically, that is exterior, not part of the building, could be really interesting and a good solution for some of the things that I would criticize of the master plan.
Yeah, maybe if I can pick up on that. What's actually interesting about your project is that you actually, in many ways, replicate the duality of the master plan at the scale of a building, right? So if the master plan is really about this relationship between land that is given to agriculture in the city and how the urban footprint expands and contracts in relationship to the demand for that agriculture, you actually sort of turn it 90 degrees and extrude it vertically into an architectural typology. And as a premise, I find that to be very provoking. But I think, not in the context of necessarily this studio, but in the larger context of your architectural education, right? In an ideal world with an infinite number of studio days, I think it would be important for you to problematize a little bit more, what does it actually mean to introduce farming in the context of vertical structures, right? In the same way that there are certain very sort of technical components to the way that farms are organized, the way that sort of land is platted, the way that sort of goods are moved. Many of those ideas would actually have to be translated in the geometries of what a vertical farm would be once that is explored. Most likely would be very different than what you have right now, because right now you have it as a zoning diagram, not necessarily as a space. I think the next question that you need to ask is, well, why would we want to live next to a vertical farm, right? What would be the pros and cons of actually living next to a vertical farm? The most optimistic version of it is Jean-Pierre's sort of immediate farm-to-table restaurant. But I think it also begins to address a lot of other issues, right? Smells, chemicals, unless you go organic, circulation, and so on. And I actually think, for me, the intricacies of pushing forward such a provocation relies in sort of gradually addressing these conditions. In that way, I actually find these diagrams more successful than your final iteration, because I actually think what you're saying here is, you know, that the two can coexist, but they don't necessarily have to turn into a smoothie, right? We can have one tower that is for vertical farming, that might have its own structural grid, that it might have its own spatial dimensions. We can have another one that's for sort of residences, in that it is actually about the both architectural and programmatic duality of having these two towers that typologically might have the same sort of, might share even the same sort of set of dimensions and shapes, but actually in their use and therefore gradually in their expression, they begin to change. And I think that that tension, for me, in the way that I see it, especially in this diagram, is very provoking. I wish that this would have been sort of taller and that the two towers in many ways were almost symmetrical, but in the way that, for example, landscape architect Dan Kiley used to work, then begin to work asymmetries in relationship to how each of those towers are actually performing. So I commend you for the aspiration of the project, and hope that sort of over time, as you continue to grow in your architectural education, begin to think how we can actually continue to spatialize a lot of the ideas that you've put on the table for us today.
I would add, and you know, Felipe and Jean-Pierre both have some great comments there. And so in order to not be, well, I have a comment that maybe overlaps slightly, but really has a different approach. Maybe it's a bit more about technique. And Georgina, if you advance ahead to some of the AXO drawings that you have later, I don't know if they're exactly AXOs, but keep going a little further, right around here. I think this is an example, you know, so I know you have this, and later you have sort of an eye-level perspective that comes up. And I feel as though what you've done and the site you chose and wanting to try to accommodate a bit of the arts, at least superficially on the ground level, I think what you have here is the opportunity to then take on the hand of an artist, and there's no pun intended. I think that there's a certain mechanical aspect to a lot of what we've seen. And it's similar for most of the work we've seen today, that I'm not seeing much of what I would call a partie, or, you know, kind of a clear concept or a diagram where it's clear. When I see this, I say, oh, this is the potential for you now to lay trace over this and begin to actually develop it. And if you go to the next eye level one, for example, maybe this one, a similar thing where I look at these, you know, the big boxes on either side, and then your building somewhat beyond, and I think, God, there's really an opportunity here to actually now sculpt this. And it doesn't, I don't think it takes 20 iterations. I think it just takes that level. So maybe if you step back 2 slides again to the one with the green, go backwards, right there. And what allows you to also do is to critique these amenity zones. As I recall in the diagram earlier, those green zones are amenity levels. Is that correct? Yes. And it makes me think of the Independent here in Austin, where there's the amenity level it's the one Jenga piece that cantilevers out beyond all of the rest. And that works because it is so unique. And I think there's a dilution that happens if you have the same thing happening again and again. This is the sort of thing you would expect to happen from the mechanical, electrical components of a building, where you would disperse these all, equidistant all out. But I think there's an opportunity to actually create some different character for each of them, formally, experientially, and maybe it relates a bit even to what Felipe is saying in terms of how some of the nuance of what this means to have vertical farming and those types of things some of that processing could happen in different zones. But the main point is a technique one that I think that what you created, again, is mostly mechanical here, and there's merit in that. And then you want to counterbalance that with something that's a little bit more intuitive, more gestural, and then go back, tighten it up again, then it gets too tight and you're going to go back and loosen up. And so that's my general critique, is that it has the strength on that more rigid end, and it's lacking a bit of the looseness between that I would recommend as part of your process as a technique going forward.
Right. Okay, that's good. That's a good segue into the next one. We're going to look at Christian's project, and in a way, I would say that, you know, the week that we lost probably is more evident in the work of these. All these projects could have benefited of that week that we lost when we came back from spring break, and we had a week that we lost. Christian, you go next.
All right. So this is a old site plan from the mid review, just to orient you guys. And this pink blob right here is where the building I developed, and this is in the like event center cluster. And these are just, again, a couple of 3D views from the mid review. These are all out of date to orient yourselves. So this is the park right there on the north side, and then the existing fabric on the south side. And then here's a diagrammatic section of like the height differential. So it's the existing fabric, and then there's a bunch of very tall existing trees that are on that portion of the site that we decided to leave alone. And since we have that natural buffer between what we're proposing in the master plan, I was decided to go pretty tall, pretty quick. My building goes up to 736 feet, and it's right next to the existing park. And so there's a quick perspective of the project. So the idea is basically that there's two structural cores that contain all the services and vertical circulation. And then between them is suspended a event center, a hotel, and then residential portion. And then there's a rooftop bar. And then it's oriented north-south to get the views of the park. And again, I'll come back to these diagrams, but and then at the base, there's a performing arts center on the east side of the project. So looking at the ground floor plan, it's the last site between our proposed boulevard that would be very like pedestrian friendly and have the main car usage there. And then so there's the drop off into the lobby. And this core on the west side would be the residential core. And then on the right side, on the east side, would be the like hotel and event center core to get people up and down. And then this is like the entry level lobby for the performing arts center that has like a black box theater on the lower level and all the support spaces necessary to have that kind of program. And then going up to level 1, which is on the same level as the elevated pedestrian path, it's another opportunity to have this building. Basically, it has 2 ground floors because of the elevated path and the ground floor that's on 0. So this was again, opportunity to punch holes and have this connectivity between the 2 different lobbies and have like maybe smaller entry lobbies for like the hotel and event center. And then in this level, you can enter and come into the theater. And then there's also like a dance hall. And then on the west side at this upper level is like elevated restaurant that can look over towards the park, and then what would be like the productive landscapes on this west side, like the farming and things like that. And then moving up, these are just typical plans. Here's the event center plans, and these little diagrams show you where in the project that those plans are located. And then these are the 2 opening floors, maybe community floors, not the best word for it, but I was thinking these would be like elevated green spaces that are only accessible to the residents and hotel guests. And then there's the typical hotel, and then there's residential. And I split them into 2 banks because I'll get to that with the structure. And then there's a rooftop bar, which would be accessible to the residents, hotel guests, and also to the public. So that I add another like degree of publicness to the highest level of the project. And the way the structure works, the residential is split into two banks because the upper bank, the tallest bank, is hanging off of the truss at the top, while all the other ones are in compression, being supported by the truss below. And then this is how the circulation works. And then here's the cross section. So when it hits the ground, this is so this is the ground floor lobby, and then this is the level 1 lobby that connects with the pedestrian skyway. And it has this connection over here to the Performing Arts Center. And then moving up, so you can see the community spaces, and then the diagram between the different punctures of program. And then this is the cross section.
Could you zoom in into some of those also? Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
So this is the north-south section and how it hits the ground. So it has this like sectional relationship between how the site, how the boulevard and the green space and pedestrian has this sort of relationship where it goes in and then it has this visual connection up, and then then it slopes down again to the park with that ramp. And
Christian, one question, Christian. Is the walkway not continuing to the left?
It continues, but the way the section's cut, it like winds, so it's cut. The section's cut through it.
Yeah, but what about the other side? Is it continuous over the boulevard, right?
Oh, yeah. I just forgot to draw that. Completely forgot.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I just wanted to know. It's just that's continuous to the left,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then here's a section through the performing space, and it's off center to kind of let this monolithic facade serve as like a backdrop for this piece that would puncture out. And then these are some of and then here's the structure, how it would work with the shear walls, and then the giant trusses supported by all the beams and floor slabs, and then the columns would land on those giant trusses, and then the cores, like where the elevators and spire stairs are, would serve as like the lateral stability also. And then these are just some more elevations. And then the last perspective. I ended up just putting a curtain wall on it. I would have liked to play with the facade more, but just ran out of time. But I wanted to highlight the structure, so that's why the trusses and those floors are like pink, and then you have the vertical columns outside of the curtain wall so that you can see those lines running vertically. And that's my project.
So Christian, you clearly, I mean, this is, I think, an appropriate slide to end on, at least from my initial points. You talked a lot about the structural, you described what you were doing and how you were doing it, but I didn't really catch the why in terms of what the larger end is in terms of either experience or the program, or as an urban form, what your intention is in terms of the dumbbell scheme of the cores out on the side and expressing the trusses. What's the larger goal in this case in terms of how it serves either the program or the context, or the again, just the overall experience? What were some of the thoughts?
Well, the splitting the core came from initially wanting to straddle the pedestrian way to serve as like a formal gesture of as having like a arch into the park essentially, and then splitting the programs and expressing it. I just thought it would be like a quick or a simple, clean way to just add interest to the monolith. And then when I would have liked to express them each facade differently, like between the different programs, but I just didn't get around to it yet.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to the reason I bring that up first off, and it's partly a question, but it's also, there's a latent criticism in there as well in terms of getting a sense of what this whole kit of parts adds up to. And you've sort of expressed and articulated these different types of things and trying to get a sense of that. And I'm not sure just going in and polishing further really achieves that in terms of expressing those differently, as you were suggesting. But even just some of the fundamental things, such as the fact that the corner unit is usually the most coveted unit. When you think about the corner view and the way you're able to manage, get to manage more light or deal with different opportunities. And by doing this, there's so much restraint involved by bookending the scheme with the solid masses that then puts pressure on the two facades that you have, especially in this linear configuration. And I think that's something that I would think a lot about in terms of how you begin, how you package this, if you refine this at all, and how you think about trying to express that is starting at the bigger idea of which you've addressed somewhat, but then how you might finesse it from a larger scale going forward, rather than just think about the curtain wall system.
Yeah.
And so forth.
Yeah, if I can sort of chip in, especially because I need to leave in like 10 minutes because I do a meeting exactly at 6. First of all, very clear drawings. I enjoyed your presentation, and I thought that the way that sort of your ability to be able to zoom in to certain moments showed that you've drawn this carefully. I think maybe that section for me is one of the most convincing, because at least the intention that I see in your project is that of actually being able to lift the tower to be able to create a larger public thoroughfare that is in many ways sort of marked by that verticality, right? So we see people moving from one side to the other. At moments they're elevated. I have some questions of how this actually meets the ground, but there's a huge effort to clear the base of the tower for a larger public realm. And then that clearing that you make at the base begins to be repeated at certain levels, right? So then you begin to create new scales of collective space. Of course, it's not private, but collective space as you're actually moving vertically, which then allows you to zone the tower. So far, so good. But I think in many ways, and this maybe is a comment to all three projects, but more specifically about this one. I think you've drank the Kool-Aid of verticality a little too quickly. I think that yes, the theme of the studio is about verticality, but I think especially in this project, it would have been extremely useful to for you to ask verticality for what sake, right? What am I gaining from going vertical? What are the heights that I should be aspiring to, and what does that give me, right? And if I'm compacting such a significant amount of density in one point, right, what then am I freeing land for? And I think of all the projects, this particular tower has the possibility, in the way that you're actually modulating things, to actually begin to bring other set of issues into the vertical configuration. So for example, the floor to ceiling heights that you're actually leaving between the different sort of brackets, I think allows for enough sunlight to raise food, to raise sort of for vegetated matter to actually grow in those levels. So for example, a lot of the ideas that we saw in the previous project about vertical farming could possibly begin to occupy those spaces, right? They actually begin to open, for example, an interesting relation that I see here, at least in this section, which is that you never have more than one floor between an open space, either below or above. So should the floor plates be sort of stacked like pancakes, or is there a possibility where you have a tower that every 3 floors, you have access to an open space above and an open space below. Does that begin to change the section of how we actually configure units? These might be offices, these might be residential. So I think there's, if we're gonna take verticality as a premise from the start, I think you then need to be much more rigorous about what are the affordances that verticality gives you and really push those to the test. Because I think that if you actually, what the two sort of cores at the end give you are an ability to actually create a tower that is a collection of stacked bridges, right? That is a collection of trusses. So I agree completely with Matt's question, but I think your answer should be, what are you giving back in exchange of sacrificing the corner view? And I think it has to do with the way that then you begin to modulate amenities and uses in relationship to these this intermediate scale that I see in the tower that I actually find very powerful.
I agree with Felipe and Matt. I think you had a really good idea, but I don't think you were able to translate it into a concise concept. I like the concept of connectivity that Felipe was hinting at. I like those bridges idea that can translate into, let's say, like my whole concept is about connectivity and vertical interaction. And the bridges are connecting and creating spaces for even urban farming or social gathering spaces, program elements, and things like that, that responds to that particular concept. Having a concept allows you to basically filter any idea and say, like, is this adding to the concept or this is deviating from the concept? And that keeps you focused, and that makes the project even stronger. I really like your proposal, and actually I was hoping that your proposal will have more of that green infrastructure. I think a lot of the master plan was talking about areas for farming. I think this would have been, I agree, a great opportunity for vertical farming, and the height of it, 700 feet, would allow us to create areas that we can start identifying. Have you guys studied migration patterns or connections of migrating species from you? I think there's a big slide. You mentioned the I'm looking at my notes here, Bosque de Chapultepec, which is a big green area, 6.5 square kilometers of green area, and those animals, they might have some migration patterns. It would be worth looking at for maybe urban cross-pollination or things like that you can do vertically with green vertical walls. I think on a project like yours would have been very successful and started mitigating air quality and noise reduction. I do commend you on the efforts to create a much better vertical connection and vertical interaction between the lower level of the let's say the car level and the pedestrian boulevard by dropping down the boulevard and forgetting the other side. Just kidding. But I think there was a good effort and great sensibility. My biggest criticism is for such heavy program that you have, there's a complete negation of all the infrastructure or service that is required for a project of this magnitude. And if we go to the ground floor plaza, like there's basically no service area. There's just basically one truck. And I'm not mentioning this to pick on you, just to help you out on your future projects. You have several programs. Just think about trash. How you gonna mitigate trash from the from your apartments, from your hotel, from your event center? Where is that going? You were mentioning the cores on the side. This is all implication and circulation, right? You have your service core and you have your patron score, right? Let's say you have different programs.
Yeah, I think there's space for the trash because there's this vertical shaft that runs the entire way, and then I do have a basement, but I need there's much more of it. I know, yeah.
Where it goes. I think you had a really cool a very good understanding on how you can access some of these programs vertically, and I would challenge everybody on the studio to also think about the service aspect of it and the service circulation, which is critical. You know, fire access and all life safety things that more and more on your career, and when you finish your career and you start actually working, you start really looking into in depth. So a project of yours, you know, the service area alone would have taken a third of your site, just as a reference. And then another thing that it's important for your project, which is the, you know, 700 feet is a big tower, is you know, water quality. What are we doing with water and the impact of such infrastructure will cause on the site. So I think it would be good to find some strategies, green strategies that we could have used to mitigate that, you know, and maybe a potential design opportunity as well.
I think that we're getting very close to 5. I know Felipe needs to go. I don't know if we can have any closing thoughts maybe going back to the master plan in the general. I mean, I think that you started with the master plan. Now you've seen 3 projects. I know that Felipe has to go, so I think it would be good to hear closing remarks from Felipe.
Yeah, I unfortunately need to go in the next couple of minutes. But I've enjoyed the entire afternoon, both sessions. I think it's a very complicated site in a very complex city. So I applaud the audacity in many ways that we see in a lot of the strategies. I think what going back to the master plan of this one specifically, what I think is extremely productive is the polemic that the strategy sets, right? The fact that you are very precise and adamant about what the land uses should be and how these should coexist. And yes, we can have discussions about corners here and corners there, but this coexistence of sort of pockets of development with larger sort of agricultural land is a very strong provocation. My sort of larger sort of point in relationship to the specific projects would be that maybe we don't necessarily then need to replicate that dichotomy in the context of the specific projects, but actually find ways in which we strengthened it by sort of testing certain fragments or components of it. So in that way, I wish that a lot of the specific projects would have made, I think, stronger references to the larger set of ideas that the larger master plan was doing. And I think in all of these sort of studios and exercises, one thing that I always tell my students is that the drawings that we produce are not just to communicate the project to other people, but it's very important that we actually reread our own drawings. And I think that in the drawings that all of you have produced, especially at the scale of the master plan, there are many interesting sort of architectural projects that can emerge from those. And vice versa. I think in the exercises that you've done in terms of developing a project in detail, there are many lessons that you can learn there that then go back and at a more abstract scale, resolve certain issues at the scale of the master plan. So I think the shift in scales opens up a very productive dialogue across the project. So thank you. It's been a fun afternoon, and hopefully next time we meet in person.
Yes.
But Zoom has done the trick for tonight. Great to see. Thank you, Juan.
Un gusto, Felipe. Cuídate.
Un gusto, Jean-Pierre, de conocerte. And great to see you, Matt. It's been a while. See you around. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
And congratulations to all of you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And Jean-Pierre, Matt, I don't know if you have any closing comments. Otherwise, just wanted to thank you also. But if you have anything left, we have still probably like a minute or.
I don't think, I think that Felipe had a good closing comment there. So I would just say congratulations, a lot of accomplishment here, and really try to absorb this and appreciate this semester. Good job, Juan, and good job to all of your students.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Very good. Great effort in everybody. This was really fun presentation. I really appreciate all of your time as well, and good luck on the rest of the semester. So
thank you.
Thank you.
And to all the students, thank you very much. I'm going to send you, we'll try to have a wrap-up meeting before all these reviews are over. Just go sleep, recover, and congratulations. Great discussions. And now whatever you have for other classes, we'll take, catch up, but we'll get together again. And now we are still live for the rest of the world. So I just want to say goodbye. And I'm supposed to kind of end the live stream, and then we'll reconnect. I'll send you an email after. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Bye. Bye.